Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 976 Decision. Combining the current situation in the East region, what they need most is a small group of elites, and the higher the individual combat power of the same realm, the better, Zaoming said, while looking at Li Su and others. As the disciples of the big sects, their combat power is naturally beyond doubt. The disciples of the Western Chan sect, the Buddhist sect, and the Ghost sect are undoubtedly strong. As for the disciples of his own G sect, it goes without saying. However, as mentioned before, the overall environment inside is very complicated now. In addition, unlike the underworld, there is no big curtain to suppress the strength in the heavenly court, and the Dalo realm can act at will. This is very disadvantageous for the Xianjiao, and it is easy to be targeted. In fact, the more powerful the Xianjiao is, the easier it is to be targeted. Not only the alien race, but also the mythical world. The Dalo realm will not care about the identity of the other party's Xianjiao, and will not hesitate to go down and take action. After all, the more talented, the more likely it is to break through, and the stronger the strength after the breakthrough. Before things get complicated, killing in advance is undoubtedly the lowest cost and most effective means. Many Xianjiaos in the Heavenly Court, the human religion, and the Eastern Chan religion have been sniped. Especially those at the Daozi level. Almost all of them were personally killed by the alien Dalo realm. It was heard that the Heavenly Court Daozi was chased and killed by 3 Dalo realms, and was killed on the spot. Later, the Dalo realms from the Heavenly Court came and chased him, but only found a broken arm, and could not find the person. His life or death is unknown. By the way, the Heavenly Court Daozi here is not the little justice god in the Heavenly Court. At first, because of his reputation outside, the alien races joined forces to attack the Heavenly Court once, but he was not there, and no one knew where he went. It can be said that the rules set by the original big sect are completely messed up. Therefore, compared with opportunities, it is more dangerous inside. Once the identity is exposed, it can almost be said that it is a life and death struggle. In addition, the underworld also needs people to manage it, so the first batch of people going to the East region will not be too many. For example, number 2 and number 3, who are sitting in the main hall of the Yin Lord apartment at this moment, will not go. After all, Fengdu itself is of astonishing value. Although the inner city was not obtained, the Yin characters left in the outer city and the middle city alone can be said to be priceless treasures. Not only that, Fengdu itself is a natural fortress. Although the curtain has been closed, it only covers a radius of 1,000 miles, and entry and exit are restricted. Those who have obtained Yin positions can enter and exit freely, but outsiders who want to come in will be greatly restricted. Especially those who have the position of a regular god can even take the initiative to communicate with Fengdu and directly expel outsiders. With the East region already in that state, the underworld Fengdu naturally becomes particularly important. If there really comes a day like that, at least the myth world still has a way out and can return to the underworld Fengdu to defend it. Therefore, the importance of this place is self-evident. So they kept collecting information from the East region and kept changing the original plan. Now, after Zaoming and others thought about it again and again, they planned to tell their own disciples the information directly and let them make the judgment. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, what do you think? Bailey Jinxie was silent for a moment and took the initiative to speak. To put it bluntly, given the current situation inside, it doesn't matter whether we are there or not. The problem that even the saints and Dalo can't solve. What can we do if all of us go in? It won't be long before everyone will be killed or injured. Gui Fang took out a jar, opened it, drank a sip, and said directly. The jar contained the unique blood brew of Gimmon, which was made of dragon ginseng as the main material, and was made after many processing. It has a strong yang energy, and is specially used to nourish the problem of excessive yin energy caused by practicing the secret method of Gimmon. Baking Grau also nodded. Even if the saints in the Great Daluo were restrained, the most who could move freely inside was the Daluo level, but this was still too heavy for Tai. One's own family knows one's own business. Although they are very strong, they can barely fight against the early stage of Daluo, or even escape. But once they face the middle stage of Daluo, or even the late stage, it is another situation. The realm gap between Daluo realms is not smaller than that of Tai. Therefore, if their identities are exposed, and they are targeted by aliens, the probability of death is very high. She frowned slightly, and a layer of Buddha power formed on the surface of her body, blocking the smell emitted by the jar in the opponent's hand. The yang energy is too strong, causing it to smell like blood, very fishy, and uncomfortable. Although it is dangerous, the situation in the East region is very attractive to me personally. However, Gui Fangsu is right. A few more of us can't change anything. If I have to go in, I will not choose to reunite, and unless my realm breaks through, there will be no contact. Even though Li Sucheng's performance in the third battlefield was extremely impressive, it was still somewhat insufficient when placed on the surface of Daluo realm. As a disciple of the Great Sect, she has personally experienced the strength of the second and third realms of Daluo realm. That is a completely different concept, a distance of dimension. Although it was dangerous, Baking Ground did not hesitate. Cultivation itself is not a smooth road. Although the scenery here is beautiful, the mountain road is extremely rugged. If you fall down accidentally, you will be crushed to pieces. However, she has been stuck in the realm of Tai for too long, almost 2000 years, and she has never made any progress. The 10,000-year war that she had originally expected now seems to be far away. Although the underworld has improved a little, there is still a door between that step and now. If she misses the opportunity in the East region, she may never have the opportunity to advance to Daluo. Hearing this, Gui Fangsu's eyes lit up. This is really rare. We actually have the same idea. Bailey Jinxie frowned slightly. It was not that he had an opinion, but as a disciple of the Chan sect, he attached great importance to rules. Baking Ground's proposal was obviously to put the organization aside and consider the individual first, which was obviously not in line with the Chan sect's way of thinking. He was not a pedantic person. Given the current situation in the East region, if they entered together, they would only attract more attention. Given their current strength, this was not a good thing. On the contrary, although entering alone would lead to fighting alone, as a disciple of a great sect, he would have no shortage of means. As long as his identity was not exposed, and he was not targeted by a powerful alien Daluo realm expert, even if he encountered one by chance, it would not be a big problem. Thinking of this, he nodded and looked at Li Su, who had not spoken, and said, "Junior brother Yang, what about you? What do you think?" "I have no opinion." Li Su shook his head. He liked to act alone. This was not only a matter of strength, but more importantly, he had many means, and he could exert great power when he acted alone. Originally, even if Zaoming and the others had prepared a plan, after entering the East region, he would find an opportunity to form a group and choose to act alone. Indicated. When Li Su heard about the chaotic situation in the East region, he also frowned and felt the pressure, but he immediately felt the opportunity in this chaos. This situation was too suitable for him now. Although he did not take the cocoon formed by the Xiangang Disha technique, he himself mastered the supreme magical power of the Zuanman. As long as he got used to it, it would be easy to perform. It was just right to get a few aliens to study and see if it could be changed. If it could, then there would be operations next. Not to mention the destruction, if there was a chance to get resources from the aliens. He could not help but recall the experience of stealing crystals from the Dead Soul clan. If it were not for the soul crystal weighing 100 tons, the practice of Yanwen would not be so smooth. They looked at each other. Although they did not speak, it was obvious that they had already made a decision. Chapter 977 Drinking. The meeting is over. No, it should be said that this is not a meeting, but a report of the intelligence collected by Zaoming and others. As for whether to go or not, it is up to Li Su and others to decide. How about a drink? After leaving the Yin Lucy, Gui Fangsu suddenly spoke and called Li Su. Facing Li Su's surprised eyes, Gui Fangsu smiled and said, "I have been prepared for a few months ago. During this period, I'm more adjusting. Although the yin one did not allow me to break through, I did see the door. This period of time is mainly to adapt. After all, the place we are going to is a place where we are in danger of death. No, maybe it should be said that there is no way to survive. I don't have any objection. Lee Su shook his head. He didn't need to prepare. There was no way. Up to now, he was still improving. It's impossible for him to break through in the afternoon after just adjusting in the morning. What should he do? Will he continue in the evening? He has to adjust to monkey face Mayu. He turned to look at Bailey Jinxie and Baking Grow. The other party was not the only one calling him. Unexpectedly, not only Bailey Jinxie, but also Baking Grow nodded. Without going to a certain room, Gui Fangsu took the lead and ran with the 3 people to a certain mountain outside Fengdu City, less than a mile away from the border of the curtain, where they could see the strange clouds of Yufang shunting through their eyes. The mountain is quite strange. It is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, as if it was inserted upside down in the soil. There is a platform on top, which is very wide, and this mountain is also the highest one nearby, with a very good view. This doesn't seem to be formed naturally. Lee Su looked around and was a little surprised. Gui Fangsu's eyes showed a strange color and smiled. Ha, you can see it. I thought I did it very realistically. On the side, Bailey Jinxie and Baking Grow looked at Lee Su deeply, and Bailey Jinxie shook his head and said, Gui junior brother, your ability to make it old is getting more and more amazing. Although I don't know how Lee Su did it, there is no doubt that he didn't see any traces of man-made on this mountain. The main reason is that the atmosphere here is very ancient, the same as the surrounding environment, and has experienced the same years of erosion, and there is no abnormality at all. Everyone has seen it, and it's amazing. Who are you mocking, Bailey? Gui Fangsu pretended to be angry. Baking Grow looked at Lee Su curiously. She had a strong impression of this junior brother. After all, it was thrilling, since the first meeting, and the whole process was full of ups and downs. Gui Fangsu's old fashioning was not done casually. It carried his practice and understanding of Yuan Qi, as well as the path to Daluo that he built. Daluo realm is extraordinary. There are many things that need to be touched in it, and the core is time. It's not about mastering and understanding, but about feeling, capturing, and finding another me in time through various methods. The process is very mysterious. If you don't reach the realm, you can't understand it at all. Now, Lee Su can see the truth at a glance, which is really unbelievable. This is not a matter of strength, but a matter of realm. The other party's aura is obviously not perfect yet. Can you see the Daluo scene? Seeing that the 3 people seemed very surprised, Lee Su was stunned for a moment and then said, before entering Fengdu, I wandered around outside for a long time. I have been to this area before. As far as I can remember, there was no such mountain at that time. The 3 people were stunned when they heard this. Especially Gui Fangsu himself. He was speechless, thinking that the other party had really discovered some flaws, but he didn't expect it to be such a reason. Gui Fangsu shook his head and didn't continue the topic. Instead, he took out a few jars. I won't give you the blood wine. He smiled slightly, put the jar covered with red cloth next to him, and pushed the 3 wine jars covered with white cloth in front of the 3 people. What is this? Bailey Jinx's eyes moved, and he couldn't help but say, cold spring. Gui Fangsu nodded, yes, it's a 1,000-year-old one. Hiss. Bailey Jinxie couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and the hand that caught the wine jar unconsciously exerted force. On the side, Baking Grow also showed a cautious look, as if this thing was a treasure. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. There was nothing he could do. After he came to the myth world, he had never had a chance to settle down. He had spent almost all of the past few years practicing and fighting. He had very little knowledge about this kind of thing. This thing is made by Ghost Gate, by extracting spring water from the Zufeng mountain, where the Ghost Gate sect is located, blending it with the purest Yuan Qi, adding the most Yin objects including the Snow Lotus, and finding a place with 9 Yins to seal it up. It was also assisted by a large formation to isolate the resentment from infecting it. It took 100 years to complete a small success and 1,000 years to complete a big success. After it is finished, it has a peculiar taste. It can be like a soul, and it has the effect of calming the mind and soothing the spirit. It can nourish the soul and nourish the spirit. After taking it, the cold spring will sink into the heart, which can suppress the mind and not be infected by external evil. It can also eliminate the evil in the body. It is a rare treasure. Bailey Jinxie explained directly. In terms of value, even the monkey wine from the Flower and Fruit Mountain in the East region is 3 points inferior. It is one of the 3 major immortal repelling products in the myth world. More expensive than monkey wine. Lee Su was shocked. Although he had never heard of Lenquin, he knew about monkey wine. Lenquin was even better than this good thing that was worth 10,000 pounds. Gui Fangchu smiled slightly and shook his head directly. How can it be so exaggerated? For the great sect Taie, it is at most a verbal thing. Now I take it out just for fun. After all, after going to the East region, I'm afraid that I will not have the heart to taste this verbal thing for a long time. At this point, Gui Fangchu suddenly turned his eyes to the bloody land outside the underworld in the West region and said, by the way, today is still a good day. The 3 of them were startled and looked up. However, they saw that in the depths of the West region, which was originally raining blood and red, a little blue suddenly began to appear. Soon, more, and bigger. Facing this scene, even Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath, attracted by the extremely magnificent scenery. It's actually soul rain. Bailey Jinxie couldn't help showing a strange look, and Baking Growl couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was an extremely rare wonder. The dark blue rain was a soul, which was completely decomposed under the invasion of time. They were swept up to the sky with the extreme air currents in the depths of the western regions, and covered in the clouds. When they reached the 0 point at a certain time, they would fall down gracefully, turning the bloody outside world into dark blue. This scenery is rare, and may not appear once in 1,000 years. If you encounter it, it is definitely a rare mystery in the depths of the western regions. Gui Fang raised his hand and pushed, and the mountain they were sitting on rose from the ground and flew out of the curtain. The 4 people directly entered the dark blue halo. As the soul flowers fell, a coolness penetrated the heart. Even though Lee Su's soul was powerful and unparalleled, he was still very touched. He felt a lot of soul light penetrating his body, and his soul was faintly growing. Unfortunately, although the soul rain is extremely beautiful, it is also extremely dangerous. You need to reach the Taie realm and have an extremely strong soul to enjoy it. Gui Fang sighed. This scene is undoubtedly a treasure, but not everyone can enjoy it. The falling souls contain the memories of all the people in their lifetime. This kind of memory exists in almost every drop. If it is poured, it is equivalent to filling a person with hundreds of years of memory. Therefore, if the soul is not strong enough and the realm is not high enough, it is impossible to bear it, and the mind will be confused by the numerous memories. Cold spring and soul rain again. Your wine is really not good to drink. After a long time, Bailey Jinxie sighed. He raised his hand and took out something. It was a raw liver, a real dragon's liver. Moreover, unlike the one provided by Fengdu in the underworld, the one he took out was extremely fresh, as if it had just been picked not long ago, and it was precipitated with a rich dragon soul and an amazing breath. Bailey Jinxie coughed dryly and said directly, my teacher hunted it by chance and gave me a piece. Don't tell anyone. Obviously, this liver is not from a legitimate source. Baking Growl at the side also moved and took out an object. It was a golden lotus with 4 lotus flowers growing on it. Each of these lotus flowers had 36 petals, with a strange fragrance that nurtured Buddha nature. Needless to say, it was a rare treasure. Looking at the pile of things in front of him, Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. As expected of a disciple of a great sect, each of them was fat and greasy. Of course, this was not a problem. The real problem was that he did not prepare in advance. After all, Lee Su himself was a bottomless pit. Unless he couldn't use it, there would be basically nothing left. What should I do? After all, what he had on him at this moment was only the reward from the world fragments. It's not that he couldn't show it off, but it was not suitable. The skills would definitely not work, and the avenue crystals? Even worse, the avenue crystals of the world fragments and the world crystals of this world are 2 different things. What to do? Everyone took out things, and he was the only one who got it for free. Ah. By the way, there is also this. Lee Su thought of something and quickly sank into his ghost domain to search for it. He found it. He raised his hand and grabbed it. 3 soul crystals as big as thumbs appeared in his hand. Then he said embarrassedly, "Sorry senior brothers and sisters, I don't have anything good, so I took this to make up for it. Although it is a stone, it can be eaten, right?" Before Lee Su finished speaking, the actions of Gui Fangsu and the other 2 froze directly. This thing, the crystal on the dead soul? Wait, why is it so big? In the 3rd battlefield, they also got a lot, basically the size of rice grains. Of course, even so, it is still a rare treasure. No, it's just a drink and a dish. If it doesn't work, it's okay to get it for free. Why are you throwing a trump card? Chapter 978 Farewell. I owe you a favor for what happened today. After about an hour, the rain of souls stopped, and the wine in his hand was finished. Gui Fangsu and the other 2 floated away. Lee Su smiled helplessly. Although the value of soul crystals was not very high for him, he had a lot of them after all. Since the other party thought so, he might as well take it as it was. However, it seems that it is not just Gui Fangsu. Bailey Jinxie and Baking Grau have probably already prepared to go to the East region. The direction of the 3 people's departure was not Fengdu, but directly towards the East region. That's right. As far as the current situation in the East region is concerned, although it is dangerous, the sooner you go, the easier it is to get benefits. After all, resources are limited. If you really wait until the situation there is calm, it will be worse. The threat still exists, and there is no benefit. It is better to fight before that. If you achieved Aluo, at least you have the initiative. Otherwise, facing this situation, where even saints may end up, what is the difference between Tai and cannon fodder? Who knows? After a big battle, he might be directly affected and killed. In the Daluo realm, at least it is not a big problem to save his life. Uncle ZHU, are you there? Yes. Next, the things here are handed over to you. Are you still planning to go in? ZHU Zhang and his team naturally knew the relevant intelligence, and they also organized discussions and conducted analysis. Compared with Zaoming and his team, ZHU Zhang, who are used to organizations, are undoubtedly much more efficient. At the beginning, when there were only a few words, they analyzed a lot of things. Not only that, with the technological means that are not related to cultivation, ZHU Zhang and his team actually found corresponding methods and solutions to many problems that the Western Alliance cannot solve. Unfortunately, these technologies are not suitable for being directly used after just integrating into the mythology world. After all, this line has never existed in the mythology world, and it is also the capital for Zaya country to live and work in peace. Lee Su nodded. Well, it's a rare opportunity. If you don't go, you may not even have soup to drink in the future. Well, I'm not worried about you. ZHU Dan nodded and said, on the contrary, I'm more worried about my daughter and Zhang Shan's daughter. It's just right that you go there and find a way to find them so that we can put our minds at ease. And the girl Yiren is the same. These girls are stronger than each other. They are too deeply influenced by us and have too tough styles. They are far less smooth than you. Once they encounter difficulties, it is difficult for them to turn around, and they tend to be extreme. Lee Su's mouth twitched. Although going was already a foregone conclusion, Teacher Yiren and the others were also very worried about their situation, and were even going to go soon. However, this attitude was too much. Uncle ZHU, you've gone too far. I feel very hurt. Ha, you little bastard. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Don't worry about things here. We will make good contact with the 4 major sects, use the Western Alliance as a springboard, and completely integrate into one. ZHU Zhang laughed and scolded. He took a breath and said, Uncle ZHU, I'll leave everything to you. Lee Su curled his lips and smiled slightly. I'll leave things here to you, Uncle ZHU. Leave it to us. Sua, be careful. If it doesn't work, it's not shameful to run away. Preserving yourself is more important than anything else. As long as you are alive, you will win it back one day. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Lee Su took out the life card. Brother Zhao, are you there? Your Highness, I'm here. Zhao Ming's voice rang out. Li Su, are you busy now? Zaoming, your highness, have you decided to go in? Li Su nodded. Well, I'll leave the Western Alliance to you. Zaoming patted his chest and said seriously, your highness, don't worry. We will defend this rare area to the death even at the cost of our lives. Li Su, I have no doubt about your abilities, your highness. Just when Li Su was about to hang up the phone, Zaoming spoke again. Li Su was startled. Zaoming took a deep breath. Please be careful, your highness. Li Su, yes, I know. Zaoming shook his head, and after a moment of silence, he said, no, your highness, I mean please be careful, the great sect of the East region. Your highness, the foundation of the great sect is very scary, very, very scary. We, the Chan sect, the human sect, the Buddhist sect, and the ghost sect are not mentioned, but the heavenly court is different. Since its establishment, the Heavenly Court has inherited the reconstruction of the Heavenly Court and reproduced the ancient glory. In terms of organizational ability and the number of personnel, there is no doubt that there are the most powerful people in it, which is much larger and more complex than the G sect. Such a Heavenly Court has not been able to establish an orderly organizational force for such a long time. This is abnormal. It's hard to say about other great sects, but there must be something wrong with the Heavenly Court, and it is very likely that it is a high-level person, not a true immortal, Taie, but a high-level Dalo realm. Li Su glanced at Zaoming in surprise. There is no doubt that the other party's inference is quite amazing. Taie is not counted, and the Dalo realm is already the core, the central surface. It's not that people in that realm won't betray, but the cost of betrayal in that realm is too high, too high. Let's put it this way, it's like a world-class group. Dalo realm is undoubtedly above the top of this group. It's not the CEO, but a shareholder, and one of the largest shareholders. In this case, the act of betrayal itself is equivalent to betraying oneself. It's not that it can't be done, but the other party can't afford it. After all, although the benefits are tempting, it usually takes several times more than it is now, right? Just like in the previous life, Lang Guo and Ying Jiang, what kind of benefits must the other party offer to make a general of an army betray? It can't be offered, because the benefits here are not only about money, but also about power. As a traitor, who dares to give power? After all, since he can betray his group today, he can also betray you tomorrow. To be honest, Li Su still doesn't understand why the first person of Jigyo Taie wants to betray. That's the first Taie, with a bright future. It should be because of the insufficient realm. Obviously, even if Li Su was beaten to death, he would never have thought that the person who forced Duobeo to this point was actually a coincidence. Because he coveted the demon subduing hall in his hands and wanted to get the treasure house of the Emperor of Heaven. He joined forces with the Black Mountain sect demon court, but was later shocked to find that the saints of the human sect and the G sect simultaneously killed the Black Mountain patriarch. He thought it was a trap, and he happened to be exposed under the eyes of the saint. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Fengdu, Duobeo would have been on the run. The subsequent operation was actually to make a fortune. After all, the days to come would be quite difficult. Although it is difficult to imagine that this kind of situation would occur to the high-level people born and raised in the Heavenly Court. What if they had mixed in from the beginning? Not to mention that the G-sect had already staged it once, and the G-sect suffered a huge loss for this. If he hadn't come suddenly, he would probably be doomed now. In short, it's better to be careful. He doesn't want this pitfall to happen to him. I understand. Then, Your Highness, I wish you good luck in immortality. Chapter 979, The Plan Works. Be honest for a while. After saying goodbye to Zhu Chang and Zaoming, Li Su simply jumped up and used the somersault cloud. As the unique skill of the great sage, this body movement is not simple. There are many aspects involved, not just a simple somersault of 108,000 miles. There is the principle of space. Li Su has felt that the realm is very high, and it is different from the direction of Yu-King Supreme. The space of Yu-King Supreme is the understanding and application of the space structure itself, the highest and the greatest. The use of space in the somersault cloud is different. It is launched by capturing the distance between spaces. In the rolling of less than 1 meter, It forcibly moves a distance of 100,000 miles. It is a use of the distance of the world. Although it is hard to say in the original work, at least in the Journey to the West, that Lee Su has personally experienced, the somersault cloud is a trick that combines travel, body movement, defense, and attack. Unfortunately, the time of Journey to the West was too short, and his focus was basically on the strategy of the Earth Demon, and the level of practice of the somersault cloud was not high. But even so, it also gave him great help when facing Wang Lingwen and others. As a top powerhouse, the siege of Wang Lingwen and others is no joke, especially at the last moment. The attacks of the four people can almost be said to come at the same time. It was Lee Su who, relying on the technique of somersault cloud, bumped into Wang Lingwen in advance and collided with him before the attack of Erlang Shen and the other three. Although he borrowed power through the Xiangang technique, in fact, it was also the credit of somersault cloud at that time, otherwise the power might not have finished running through his arms, and Erlang Shen's attack would have arrived. It can be said that this technique makes him extremely flexible and can move space distances freely. Close at hand, far away from the world, there is no doubt that it has been developed to an incredible level by the opponent. Although Lee Su has many magical powers and is extremely powerful, this kind of trick that uses skills to the extreme is the first time he has obtained it. For him, it is a big improvement. It's just right, taking advantage of the journey, using it, getting familiar with it, and transcending the ordinary into the saint. It shouldn't be a big problem to integrate it before entering. He also practiced the art of Xiangang Disha. Although it was inferior to the Supreme Saint, it was the best when he decided to hide his identity. First of all, their quality was very high, close to super quality, but not beyond. Even if they were displayed in front of people, they would not be exclaimed as the art of the saint. In the situation in the East region, Amir Tayi mastered the method of the saint and could not silence him. That was not conspicuous, but eye-catching. Even if it was not full speed, for Lee Su, who was already Tayi, the distance between the East region and the West region was still too close. It took less than a cup of tea to arrive. After a brief look, Lee Su did not hesitate too much and plunged in. He had already thought about it. After entering, he would first lurk and figure out where he was and the surrounding situation, especially the situation of the aliens. There were a full 33, which was not a small number. The aliens here were not just people of color and different cultures. The aliens here, one by one, had countless appearances in completely different cultures, which was equivalent to an indigenous civilization. 33. You can imagine that the life forms on 33 planets suddenly gathered together. No wonder the myth world is in chaos. In this case, it would be a miracle if there is no chaos. 3 months. First, quietly become a handsome man for about 3 months. If possible, you can also get an alien identity. As for opportunities, I have no shortage of energy and materials recently, so I don't need to care too much. I focus on Dao Yun, the more the better. Although the main Dao has been improving, the speed of the miscellaneous Dao has really dropped a lot. The progress is very slow. The diameter has not been able to break through 3 million, and it is hovering around more than 2,600,000. Although the main Dao is powerful, it is more important than the miscellaneous Dao. But it doesn't mean that the miscellaneous Dao is useless. No one thinks that Dao is too much, especially the realm after Tai. Why is the Dalo realm different? Even if Tai is not strong, once you enter Dalo, it will be the same. It's very simple, because of the miscellaneous Dao. They have too many miscellaneous Daos, so many that they can even crush you to death with Dao alone. 3,000 great Daos mean 9 million middle Daos. 9 million middle paths mean 17 billion small paths. Do you know why the extreme Dalo is so terrible? Although they lack a complete 3,000 great Daos built up by 9 million small paths. But in terms of the number of paths, it is calculated in billions, and it is not hundreds of millions, billions, but directly more than 10 billion. Therefore, the extreme Dalo is also called the 10 billion Dao realm. You can fully imagine that such an existence, waving its palm, will form a vast Dao rhyme vibration, and produce a chain reaction of a large scale. That quality is really no joke. If the dead soul near the saint in the underworld was not suppressed by the Fengdu curtain, even if Lee Su had accumulated energy in advance, the Xinhuo flag would probably not dare to make a move, because the difference in the amount of energy that can be mobilized is too big. The Xinhuo flag can only guarantee that a small range can reach the same as the opponent. If it is released, at most 2 moves, the Xinhuo flag will be violently suppressed by the opponent. After all, the Xinhuo flag was broken and has not been restored so far, and the holder is only a TIE. The gap is too big. However, it is undoubtedly much better now. First of all, Lee Su's energy was expanded 20 times more than before, which was quite amazing. Secondly, the Zhuanhuang Tower. Yes, the treasure that Lee Su could use was no longer 1, but 2. Not to mention the Xinhuo banner, the Zhuanhuang Tower, with his current strength, could reflect the opponent for about 1 second with all his strength. Hey, don't look down on this second. With the ability of the Zhuanhuang Tower, 1 second is enough for it to beat the Daluo head and bleed, or even suppress, and seal it directly. Of course, the Daluo here refers to the Billion Realms. Don't even think about the Billion Realms. Since Lee Su debuted, although he has faced the Great Daluo and the Near Saint, the one who really fought was actually not even in the Billion Realms. TIE usually achieves Daluo with 9 million Dao. Of course, the 9 million here is not just the main Dao, but the main Dao plus the miscellaneous Dao. The more main Daos, the stronger it is. In the case of Bailey Jinxie and others, the 3 should be geniuses of about 2800 middle Daos, and the concentration of middle Daos exceeds 95%. The average late TIE is basically below 2600 middle Dao, which means it is below 85%. Of course, don't underestimate this 10% gap, because what it represents is not quantity, but quality. Even a 10% difference in quantity is a big problem, not to mention quality. Therefore, the 3 can easily crush the ordinary late TIE, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they can fight 10 people with 1. This is the absolute gap brought by the main Dao, and even gives them the capital to collide with the early Daluo realm. Moreover, this capital is quite long, at least within 10 million Dao, it can be maintained. Once the number of Dao Yuns exceeds 100 million, the concept is completely different, and the miscellaneous Dao will completely transform and change in quantity. Therefore, for the Daluo realm, all the achievements of TIE are like the physical education scores of junior high school. Once you enter high school, the advantages brought by early development in junior high school will not only no longer exist, but can only be said to play a very small role. The accumulation of time and the experience spent are the whole terrible thing about the Daluo realm. Therefore, it is undoubtedly very necessary to be honest for a while. As the thought came to his mind, Lee Su also broke through the barrier of the fairy cloud. This feeling is really amazing, as if he had entered another world in one step. Just when Lee Su was about to look at the place where he was, and the situation around him, his eyes turned white, and the fairy cloud was lingering again. In an instant, he felt as if he had broken through another world again. What's going on? Lee Su's heart skipped a beat, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, because this situation was in the information provided to him by Xiaoming. In the East region, the Heavenly Court has never stopped evolving since its appearance. Strange places continue to appear. Those places are equivalent to independent worlds. You must pay attention to them, because whether they are newly opened, or have been opened for a long time, they are undoubtedly the focus, and will attract the attention of countless people, or they are full of people, which will be very dangerous. And the degree of danger will increase with the time it has been opened, and the longer it is, the more dangerous it is. Because there is a high probability that it has been occupied by alien races, and the people in the myth world have been expelled long ago. Of course, you don't have to consider this when you just enter. After all, most of the wonders are opened in the depths, and there are almost no wonders in the outer layer. Damn. Thinking of this, before the people went out, Lee Su did not hesitate to activate the Earth Demon technique, and turned himself into a grain of sand. Huh, is it really that exciting? Exclamation mark. Search, the other party should be nearby. As soon as the people arrived, the gloomy voice scared Lee Su so much that his heart jumped to his throat. Damn, was he discovered already? Before Lisu could move, the voice continued. The other party was injured. She was hit by the ancestors. The injury is very serious. Even if she is a billion Deo realm, it will not be easy. She needs to find a place to recover immediately. She may even faint directly. Fuck, I almost thought I was exposed by coming in. Unable to hold back a breath, Lisu shivered on the spot. It was too exciting. It was really bad for the heart. And what did he just hear? 1 billion Deo realm, seriously injured? Huh. Has the East region been involved to this extent? All the 1 billion Deo realms were seriously injured? Being hunted down? Sure enough, his initial consideration was right. He had to lurk for a while, be obedient, and find out the situation before talking about other things. Otherwise, this billion Deo realm today might be his end. Lying quietly on the ground like a grain of sand until the sound of pursuit faded away, Lisu couldn't help but let out a long breath and really felt that he seemed to have leaked a few drops. It's not just a matter of intelligence, but in the breath just now, he could sense that there was the breath of Daluo, and it was very strong. So strong that he had to use the treasure directly. Damn, this is too exciting. He is just a Tai baby. Just when Lisu was cursing in his heart, there was a creepy movement around him. Someone, behind him, picked up the golden sand he transformed into in his eyes, as if watching a horror story. In an instant, Lisu's heart was about to explode. Damn, he encountered a king bomb at the beginning. I don't know whether it's luck or bad luck. But, sorry, I'm really desperate now. If I can survive, I owe you a favor. If I die, my collection will be my reward. Little guy, run quickly. I have the other party's aura on me. If I stay in one place for more than 1 minute, the other party will sense it. Now that aura is also on you. The voice is really beautiful. It's like the sound of nature, which makes people shudder and be shaken by the emptiness in it, as if a clear spring hits a rock, as if hundreds of birds dance, and for a while there is fragrance in the airs, as if thousands of flowers bloom, which makes people can't help but fantasize. Looking back, it was really a fucking shit. How should that face be defined? Well, let's just say that it can satisfy all men's hobbies. There are such women in this world. If I can. Damn, that's not right. Lisu came back to his senses in an instant. His face turned green. What the hell am I thinking about? Fuck. Seeing the woman who fainted completely after finishing her words and whose beautiful mouth was full of black blood, Lisu couldn't help but take a breath. That bastard was so heavy-handed. He was simply taking advantage of nature's gift. He was not a man. Fuck. This woman is poisonous. Exclamation mark. The ghost domain opened instantly and covered the person directly. Lisu didn't even think about it. He turned into a little spider and his 8 legs spread out at the same time, running wildly. Big sister, how far do you mean by staying in one place? 10 meters? 100 meters? Or 1 kilometer? At least finish your conditions before you faint. Chapter 980, Crazy Escape. As a Tai cultivator who also mastered the art of Xiangang Disha, Lisu was undoubtedly quite confident in his own safety. As far as his own conditions were concerned, the survival ability of the Daluo realm would not be stronger than him. As long as he stayed in one place honestly, even if a near sage wanted to find him, it would be as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was to prevent unexpected situations and be careful not to be affected by the battles of cultivators above the Yadao realm. As long as he was sure of this, he would basically be safe. Because of this, Lisu was so confident and entered the East region without hesitation. After all, with his Yuanshan's perception ability, the probability was too small. It was almost like a comet hitting the Earth. It might not happen once in thousands or tens of thousands of years, which was harder than winning the first prize in a lottery. He never thought that he would be involved in a struggle between Daluo realms as soon as he entered the East region, and it was a struggle between the 10 trillion realms, which could threaten his life. It was like when you went to the bank to withdraw money, but suddenly encountered a robber. It was like everything about you was turned upside down. His nerves were tense as never before, his heart was beating wildly, the thumping sound hurt his eardrums, his blood was flowing at an unprecedented speed, and his blood vessels felt like they were shrinking. The technique was being operated to an unprecedented degree at this moment. The operation of all cells in his body was completely mastered, and every fluctuation of his soul was clearly felt. Because of the tense nerves, his soul entered an unprecedented state, and the information around him seemed to have been torn off the veil at this moment, and every bit of it was revealed to his eyes. Although he was moving at an unprecedented speed, at a speed that was calculated by hair per meter, in Lee Su's perception, the passage of time was incredibly slow, giving him ample room to reduce the traces left by his own movements and the impact formed. The amount of information that was taken into his brain was simply terrifying. A small mound of earth, with a grasp of its height, accurate to the nanometer, its mass, layers, pressure points, as well as the ash layer scattered on it, the number of bacteria, etc., all poured into his mind. Faced with such a terrible amount of information, his brain processed it at an incredible speed, and completed it in advance. Moreover, this processing was not timely processing, but advanced processing. When he was still 100 meters away, the information here had been processed, even including his next escape route. This is really a bit beyond expectations. Sure enough, if you don't force people, you will never know where your upper limit is. In just a moment, Lee Su found that his mastery of his own improvement was not as high as he imagined, and the degree was at most 80%. Now this forcing has suddenly brought him to a whole new level. While the overall realm remains unchanged, his strength has actually increased by about 2 or 3 levels. It can be said that at this second, he can almost kill himself 10 seconds ago. Lee Su sighed in his heart, but he didn't stop. He was still advancing frantically, away from the place where he came into contact with the evil. It was really that the other party was too pitfall, and he fainted too quickly. He didn't even tell him how far he could stay in one place. At this time, he could only run as far as he could. You asked Lee Su why he didn't leave the woman and run alone. Why did he give in? Because she was beautiful and he was bewitched? Of course not. He admitted that the woman was indeed very beautiful. No, it should be said that the degree of beauty could be described as horrifying. It was no longer a beauty that could be described, but a disaster to the country and the people. That face really had the charm to make men obsessed, like a female hormone transmitter, making people want to turn into a mantis and do things that would not even give up their lives for mating. But Lee Su was not an ordinary person after all. He mastered the 7 Saints Supreme, plus the transformation of the soul, and his resistance to this aspect was surprisingly high. Even if he faced the other party directly, he could wake up instantly. So, on the issue of survival or mating, he naturally chose survival. The main thing was this woman. The moment she caught Lee Su, she injected 3 magical powers into his body. That should be some kind of magical power, and it was an extremely mean and unorthodox magical power. It was very complete, almost equivalent to a great road. In other words, this magical power was composed of 3,000 middle ways and 9 million small ways. They were intertwined with each other, deeply penetrated into Lee Su's body, and reflected on his star system and soul. Just looking at that structure, Lee Su couldn't help but feel numb on his scalp, and instantly felt like facing advanced mathematics when he was studying. It's not that it's difficult, but the other party's level is too high. TIE is equivalent to a primary school student, while the other party is a college student. For Lee Su, who only knows addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, encountering a calculus problem, even if he has a million comprehension, it still takes time, right? But obviously, the other party didn't give him time at all. Just that 1 minute would be an exposed pursuit, which meant that Lee Su had no time, let alone the energy to slowly solve the problem, and could only run away with others. Too bad. This woman is really too bad. No wonder movies often say that the more beautiful a woman is, the worse she is. Facing a woman who is so beautiful that it shakes the world, he is indeed very bad. Because the magic power injected into his body by the other party is 3, and 1 is a great whale level magical power. You should know that as Lee Su, who is in the late TIE period, the total number of small ways in his body is less than 3 million. Asterisk 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 the breath of that woman has appeared here before. Less than a minute after Lee Su left, several figures appeared where he met the woman. One of them was holding a lantern in his hand, which was shining with an amazing red light, and sent out an indicator, which fell on the position where the woman fainted. Soon, the red light on the lantern changed, it shrank rapidly, and went quickly in a certain direction. This way. Taking a breath, several people followed the change of the red light of the lantern without hesitation and rushed away. Not long after, the red light kept fading, and then it became fainter and fainter, and there was almost no reaction. Faced with this scene, several people couldn't help but stop, and the man holding the lantern frowned. The power left by the ancestor is very special. Once you stay in one direction for a long time, you will be sensed by the UN lantern in his hand. The longer you stay, the stronger the red light will be. Once you start to move, it will gradually subside as the distance increases. However, this distance is not only based on the range, but also on the time of entering the moving process. The maximum range is 100 kilometers, and the maximum tracking time is within 1 minute. In other words, if the opponent does not move more than 100 kilometers, the UN lantern can directly lock the opponent, and if the moving distance does not exceed 1 minute, it can still be locked. Now the range is exactly 100 kilometers, but the time has exceeded 2 minutes. This undoubtedly makes him feel strange. After all, in terms of the opponent's strength, 100 miles is not a distance at all. Even if he is injured, it is not difficult to cross tens of thousands of miles in one breath. They have been chasing the opponent for several days. Although the UN lantern lights up from time to time, the trouble is here. The distance the opponent moves at a time is too far, and it takes a lot of time to catch up. Yes, has the injury affected the speed? The man was very decisive and spoke directly. Send a signal. Let the people within 100,000 miles nearby to search around us. Others should search for all the newly formed traces within 1,000 kilometers nearby. Yes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, damn it. He actually caught up with us? At this moment, he was less than 100 miles away from the location of the few people. He thought that he had been running for 5 minutes and planned to check the situation, but he didn't expect that the other party would appear on the hill not far away from him in the next second. Instantly, the hairs on his body stood up. Fortunately, the other party stopped in the distance and sent people to search in all directions. Obviously, they could only track that location, otherwise Lisu would have to use the treasure without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Lisu changed the route without hesitation and drilled directly into a crack. Through the divine sense, he found that it was very deep below, and the route was very complicated, and there was the breath of unknown creatures. Very strong creatures, from Dalo to Tai. Damn, what's wrong with this world? The creatures in the secret realm are also so outrageous. Woman, you wait. This matter, it's not over. Chapter 981, Self-Rescue. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. It can be said that the most embarrassing thing in this life is undoubtedly today, now, and at this moment. Too miserable. 5 days. 5 whole days. Do you know how he spent these 5 days? Apart from other things, just the 2 strange skills of exploration and digging holes, he has actually practiced them to the point of being close to the extraordinary. It is also unique. Especially the whole digging technology. If anyone is interested, Lisu can chat with him for 3 days and 3 nights, and tell the other party how mice dig holes, centipedes dig holes, and earthworms, rabbits, etc. That's right. He does not master the whole digging technology of a certain creature, but the whole digging skills of dozens of creatures. There is no way. In order to conceal his own breath as much as possible, Lisu dare not expose his own strength at all, for fear of leaving his breath. And there are no shortage of native creatures under the ground. Not to mention the strong ones. Most of these creatures follow the instinct of animals, that is, hunting for food they are familiar with. And underground creatures usually hunt through sound and vibration. That is to say, through the movement of creatures passing through the underground, to confirm whether it is your target. For this reason, Lisu can only constantly transform into animals, using completely different movements to avoid being targeted by other creatures. Even so, he was still blocked several times, and targeted by underground creatures. In order not to expose his own breath, Lisu could only suppress his strength to a very low level and fight wits and courage with underground creatures. As a result, He was chased by a rat that seemed to come out of the Resident Evil for nearly 300 kilometers. There is no way. Although that thing is ugly, it is not only in the Tai realm, but also has a bunch of brothers and a father who is close to Daluo. Although it was embarrassing, the good thing is that after that time, the biggest crisis did not catch up. Obviously, the woman who fainted was very pit, but there was one thing she didn't lie about. That is, as long as she kept moving, it would be difficult for the other party to lock him. Faced with this dilemma, Lee Su did not think about directly using Yuking's Supreme and escaping. But when he just gathered his magic power, he found that an astonishing force emerged from under his feet. It seemed that, as long as he activated his space magic, he would explode on the spot. Lee Su was so scared that he stopped the use of space magic. Not only was this power full of malice, but the Xinhuo flag even took the initiative to wake up and remind him. This power is very special. It is entangled with special cause and effect and injected with extremely special constraints. It has no lethality, but a special signal. This kind of magic also existed in the ancient times. It is a method of the powerful in the Great Realm. It is a regular Taoism, which is possessed by abandonment. Unless you can touch the cause and effect without being stained, you can't eliminate this method. Even the treasure can't do it. Facing the words of Xinhuo flag, Lee Su was silent on the spot and continued to run. What a joke, touching the cause and effect without being stained. What realm is that? Saint, and not an ordinary saint. It takes the heavenly Dao saint to come. Damn the billion Dao realm, it's so unreasonable. The same is true for the special Taoism that the woman left in his body. It is somewhat similar to the nature of that breath, and it is also similar to a contractual spell. As long as he keeps escaping with the other party, there will be no problem. Once the idea of leaving her behind is revealed, the magical power will be sensed. In this regard, Lee Su is really like a fish on the chopping board, and there is no way to resist at all. The main reason is that their meeting is too coincidental, and it is simply a pit to the sky. Lee Su is equivalent to being sent to the other party, and he was attacked without any time to prepare, which caused his body, soul, and avenue to be entangled. At that time, Zibao did not dare to move. After all, even if he was severely injured, the other party was still a billion level Daluo. It is true that a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Of course, the above problems are actually not big. The problem that really gave Lee Su a headache and a toothache was that there was no movement at all. That woman. It doesn't matter if she recovers or dies. Can you at least give me some movement? For 5 whole days, in his ghost domain, there was no movement at all. The Yuanshan had sunk into the depths of the spirit platform, similar to the situation of falling into hibernation like an animal. And, most importantly, this kind of hibernation is not restorative. Instead, it is similar to opening a self-protection mechanism, which allows various parts to go into shock and reduces the stimulation of nerves to avoid excessive damage or danger. Although in such a situation, it has the effect of enhancing recovery. But it is obvious that people who fall into this situation usually find it difficult to adjust themselves, and 9 out of 10 will die. And this woman's situation is worse than it actually is. Not only is she seriously injured, but she can still feel the amazing power entangled in the injured position, which is causing continuous damage to her. In other words, at this moment, the situation of this woman has entered a situation where she can't survive, but can't die. Although the other party's injuries have been declining, there is a high probability that she will die completely. But considering the life strength of the Daluo realm, Lee Su has a feeling, although this feeling is extremely bullshit, but he really has a feeling that he may not live to wait for her death. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but want to curse. The alien's method can't be solved. He can't open this woman's technique. At this moment, Lee Su felt like the cat in Schrödinger, entering a state of neither life nor death. Although he was very angry, and his trigeminal nerve was cramping, Lee Su still had to calm himself down, and look for a third solution. He had actually thought of a solution. As early as 2 days ago, he did not take action, but just wanted to wait a little longer. Maybe the woman would wake up by herself. But what he waited for was that the injury was a little worse, which directly shattered his expectations. With a little distraction, Lee Su directly brought the woman in the ghost domain to the Buddha kingdom. There was no way. This woman looked too evil. without buffs and status, she could not bear it at all. The longer she looked at it, the greater the lethality. It was really strange. He had seen beautiful women before, but once the beauty was suppressed by consciousness, it was just a mere skin bag. The so-called red-faced skeleton was nothing more than this. But this woman was different. She had a kind of demonic nature that seemed to enter the bottom of people's hearts. The female hormones were no longer the level that could be described by the emission, and it had to be sprayed. Entering the Buddha kingdom, it must be said that the lethality dropped sharply and quickly dropped to a tolerable range. Without hesitation, Lee Su stepped forward and stretched out his hand. In the blink of an eye, he peeled off the other person's coat. It was a goose yellow long skirt with many cracks on it. The spiritual energy almost disappeared, but it was still very heavy. It was a very high quality magic weapon. The worst material used was red gold, of course. There were other precious treasures. The person who refined this dress should be a big shot, at least Dalo level. Even if it was damaged, the formation engraved on it was almost destroyed by 90%. Lee Su could still feel its amazing defense, and its hardness was comparable to that of a planet. Although the technique was a bit rough, the person who refined the weapon undoubtedly spent a lot of thought, and it had the taste of an immortal weapon. As the coat was taken off, the white jade arms, the perfect mountain semicircle, and the long legs with amazing curvature were immediately exposed. Facing this scene, Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath. Don't get me wrong, this is not about smelling the fragrance. It's just that this woman is too demonic. The exposed part is just a little more, but the hormones seem to explode. Even though she is in the Buddha's kingdom, her heart as hard as a rock is still shaken. It took several minutes for Lee Su to calm down slightly and use his magic power to turn the other person's body. By the way, he is not taking advantage or collecting interest. He is saving people and executing the plan made 2 days ago. That's right, because of the special magical power, he can't save himself, let alone surrender. The only way is to intervene as an external force, treat this woman, and wake her up. And if you want to treat, you have to see the other person's injuries and touch the other person's injuries. Taking off clothes is purely a helpless act. As I said just now, although the spirituality of the other person's clothes is destroyed, the material itself has a defense equivalent to that of a planet. It's too troublesome to see the other person's injuries through it. Also, although he could feel a little of the power of the woman, it was hidden very deeply and was very scary. If that thing was infectious and his spiritual sense touched it, and it was transmitted, he could only take off the other person's clothes, find the wound with his naked eyes, and then make a test. However, this inner armor looks familiar. Yes, he had seen it before. Looking through his memory, Lee Su quickly recalled the impression of the bellyband on the other person that covered most of the towering body. It was not long after he arrived in the myth world, but he was framed by the fat Taoist next door, resulting in him being fished away with a fishing rod and entering an isolated island. It was there that he saw this inner armor. If I remember correctly, it should be an immortal weapon, and it was passed down from the ancient prehistoric period. When he saw it, it was already severely damaged, and the spiritual light almost disappeared. At that time, he also repaired it to prevent it from completely collapsing and dying completely. Although he forgot about it afterwards, he didn't expect that today, after he achieved Tai, he would encounter it again, and also encounter its owner. Thinking of this, Lee Su's teeth hurt again, and he was in a very bad mood. He was kind enough to rescue him, but the owner almost killed him. What an ungrateful person. HMM. With a slight frown, Lee Su found that the condition of the inner armor was not only the same as the outer armor, but also very bad, and the spiritual light was almost gone. More importantly, there was a crack on the bellyband. About 3 inches from the navel. It was the location of the attack. There was an extremely bad mark there, leaving an extremely clear fist mark. This is a fairy weapon. Don't look at its thin layer. In fact, the density of the space between the feet is probably not even comparable to that of a 1,000-meter wide city wall. But the strange thing is that the explosion point is not here, but extends to the heart position between the 2 peaks. This is very strange. The fairy weapon is not an ordinary magic weapon. There is free space inside. Even if the wound cannot be repaired, it is inside, not outside, and will not be exposed at all. Unless you know the situation of this fairy weapon, the point where this punch should explode should be where it hits, not on the heart several inches away. After all, the distance of several inches here may be several miles or hundreds of miles on a fairy weapon. In a battle at the level of the billion Deo realm, there will undoubtedly be some delay, which is a very dangerous behavior, enough for the opponent to counterattack several times and cause himself to be injured. Of course, it must be said that the opponent chose very well. Basically, he suffered a certain amount of injury in exchange for the heavy injury of the woman in front of him. Otherwise, if the Daluo of the billion Deo realm wanted to determine the winner, it might not be possible to determine the winner in a one-on-one situation for several years. Shaking his head, Lee Su no longer paid attention to the other party's injury, but looked at the fatal heart. The black and red power was hidden in it, and an amazing crack could be seen, reaching the atrium, and it was constantly destroying it. Even if he just looked at it with his naked eyes, Lee Su still felt a great pressure, and it seemed that there was a road running through his brain and soul in a trance. He couldn't help but step back a few steps, and he took a few breaths heavily, with some lingering fears. It is worthy of being the Daluo of the billion Deo realm. This power is really as stimulating to Tai as arsenic for mortals. Soon, Lee Su's eyes lit up. Facing the regularity of the Tao, he really had no way to deal with it, but facing this extreme power, he had a way to deal with it. As long as he could analyze the structure of the Tao to a certain extent, although he could not completely eliminate this power, he could reduce its lethality by destroying its structure. In the situation, he didn't need him. This woman should be able to handle it herself. Chapter 982, Millennium Countdown. So, how to resolve this power from the Daluo realm of the billion Deo realm? Solving such a problem with the strength of the Tai realm is undoubtedly like a high school student trying to solve a world-class problem by himself. It is simply a fantasy, and it is impossible to reach it in several lifetimes. Lee Su is not that bad. After all, he has a foundation. The Seven Saints not only gave him powerful strength, but also helped him lay the foundation for the supreme level. The sensitivity to the Deo. I'm afraid that there is no Tai in this world. No, even Daluo may not have him. With such a foundation, at least the prerequisite for solving the problem is in place. However, even so, with a big realm gap, such a thing is probably still unbelievable. Even if he has amazing talent, his comprehension is much higher than that of ordinary people, and his brain has the power of 10 supercomputers. It is definitely not something that can be solved by just thinking about it. Even if the talent of the billion Deo realm is not high, the difficulty will never be less, because the opponent's power is accumulated based on the long practice of his life. How vast is Daluo's life? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? No, a million years is not the limit. Even if it is the simplest math problem, 1 plus 1, even if it is added once a minute, in hundreds of thousands of years, it will add up to an infinite number. And to solve this problem, it is not enough to simply understand the final total. Instead, you need to immerse yourself in this vast amount of data, from the most basic to a little bit, until you thoroughly analyze and understand the fundamentals, then you may be able to break through. Faced with such conditions, it can be said that, if it were any other time, Lee Su would probably not even consider it. It would be better to find a way to delay time crazily until the woman died. But now it is different. Now he just has something in his hand. No, it should be said that it is a treasure, which can help him accomplish this originally almost impossible thing. That's right, the cocoon of time obtained by passing the journey to the west not long ago. A treasure that can fix time and stay alone for a full 1,000 years after it is opened. To be honest, Lee Su doesn't want to use this treasure at all at this time. This should have been prepared for his future Tai great perfection, in order to add more miscellaneous paths and lay a higher foundation for himself. It would be best if he could have more than tens of millions of miscellaneous paths after breaking the mirror, and then directly achieve the Daluo of the 100 million Deo realm at the shortest speed. I really didn't expect that it would be used so soon, and it was not for himself, but for others. When he thought of this, Lee Su couldn't help but have a stomachache. You know, what he lacks most now is time. At one point, he even felt that, if he could come to this world 10,000 years earlier, how good would it be? In that case, he would have enough time to prepare. to become stronger, and to be fully prepared to deal with the problem of the destruction of the ancient world outside the myth world. As a result, the 1,000 years of time that he had finally obtained were actually consumed here. Damn it. If there was any possibility, he didn't want to waste the cocoon of time, which was the most precious to him, here. But there was no way. Because it would be more dangerous if it was delayed. If this woman woke up in just a few days, then it wouldn't be a big problem. But the current situation is that she may not wake up in a few days, but dozens of days, or even hundreds of days. If this goes on, it is no longer a question of persistence or not, but if the other party uses means similar to cause and effect, even if the treasure helps to cover it up, it is likely that it will not be hidden. After all, the cause and effect between this woman and the other party is too great, and her own destiny is also astonishingly high. The longer the time drags on, the greater the cause and effect superimposed on him, because the current reality is that he is helping this woman to fight for life. You can imagine that this is like an ordinary person accidentally saving the prince of his country who was almost killed because of the rebellion of the general. How difficult it is can be imagined. It is no longer a situation where he will be crushed to pieces if he is discovered, but a situation where he may be crushed to pieces at any time and anywhere. That feeling is as if a pair of big hands are tightly holding his throat, and it is getting tighter and tighter. The haze of death is almost constantly infecting him. That is Lee Soo. His soul has undergone a transformation. His will is like a diamond, which is difficult to shake. Otherwise, after a few days, the pressure alone would make him breathless. He looked relaxed, but in fact, it was like carrying a huge mountain on his back, walking on a steel wire hanging over the abyss, and there was no end in sight either in front or behind. Taking a deep breath, Lee Soo summoned the world book, and took out the cocoon of time, and held it in his hand. He lowered his head, and glanced at the other party's wound. After a moment of silence, flesh and blood tissue appeared in the Buddha kingdom. His flesh and blood tissue. It evolved directly into a finger, along the other party's tall peak, and gently pressed on the shocking and extremely tragic wound on his heart. At the moment of contact, amazing power erupted from it. Lee Soo's flesh and blood finger began to collapse. You have to know that it was his complete cell, a powerful flesh and blood that could regenerate the body with one grain. As a result, it couldn't even bear a breath, and began to collapse outward. Not only flesh and blood, but also astonishing artistic conception came out from it. A terrifying avenue appeared directly in his heart. In an instant, Lee Soo's mind couldn't help but tremble, and his soul made a creaking sound, as if it was about to be crushed. He was bleeding, and his soul had cracks. It was really beyond his limit to be in close contact with this level of power without the protection of the treasure. The Dao fruit in his body couldn't help but vibrate, and the 7 little people rolled on the ground in pain. Their brains seemed to be poured with boiling oil, and were about to boil. The main body couldn't help but tremble, and was affected by the soul, and the injuries were reflected. However, in the face of this tragic situation, Lee Soo was unmoved. The flesh and blood tissues continued to grow, and continued to contact the opponent's power. At this moment, he even stopped his steps. All his mind was focused. His eyes were widened to the limit, staring and feeling the opponent's power, imprinting the terrifying avenue in his heart and soul. Finally, in fact, less than 3 seconds had passed, and Lee Soo withdrew his hand. At this moment, he was in a terrible state. Not only was his soul full of cracks, but it even had several cracks. The same was true for his flesh, which was covered in blood. The number of cells that could build him completely had exceeded 6 billion, and almost 90% of the cells in his body had grown again. The 7 holy Dao fruits were not in good condition either. One by one, they were all cracked, and they were also deformed by pressure and almost flattened. Severely injured. This was undoubtedly the most serious one so far. It was just a contact, and only a small amount of power overflowed. This shows how powerful and terrifying the power of the billion Dao realm is. However, Lee Soo didn't care about that at this moment. At this moment, his pupils were shining, and the light reflected the opponent's extremely terrifying Dao. Remember it. Of course, it was just an outline, not 100%, at most about 70%. The billion Dao realm was really too terrifying, and the number of its Dao was too amazing. The years that had settled in it were as heavy as the stars in the sky above. Lee Su raised his left hand and exerted force without hesitation, clenching it suddenly. With a bang, the cocoon of time broke. A ray of time burst out with him as the center, forming a narrow gap, and directly sucked him in. Click. A clock seemed to appear in his heart, and the second hand retrieved one grid. The remaining time was 999 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The countdown to 1,000 years began. Chapter 983 begins to analyze. It feels so strange. It's like entering a different space. Time doesn't stop, nor does it feel like the body is infinitely extended. It feels like entering an independent cave, but the time outside is 1 second to 1,000 years. This number is undoubtedly quite scary. At least there are no caves with such a large proportion in the myth world. 1 day is almost equivalent to 1 year. Fengdu was a little bit stronger not long ago, but when he came out, almost an hour had passed outside. In other words, it's equivalent to 1 hour to 1 year. After a little feeling, Lee Su found that this space is not only different in time ratio, but also has an astonishing number of extraordinary particles. The whole space is filled with extremely rich extraordinary particles, and its concentration is even higher than that in the myth world. Moreover, Lee Su did not feel the power of evil in these rich extraordinary particles, although he has already adapted to evil now. Even if he absorbs some of it, he can digest it through himself, and in turn use it to sharpen himself, and improve his resistance to evil. Of course, the improvement ratio is very low, and it will consume a lot of extraordinary particles in turn. This also leads to the absorption rate, which is basically less than 8 layers. Therefore, here, Lee Su immediately felt an unprecedented relaxation, as if he was surrounded by great medicine, and his body and mind were relaxed. If I have to describe it, it is like his shoulders suddenly relaxed. I thought I had adapted to the evil nature of the mythical world, but I didn't expect that there was still a burden. Not only the extraordinary particles, but there are also many Tao rhymes in this space, each shining with a different color, bright and moving, and beautiful. Unlike the mythical world, although it is also eye-catching, you can still vaguely feel the ups and downs behind it. This haze makes the luster lose a bit of color. What a good place. As a practitioner, Lee Su found that he had fallen in love with this place after only a few seconds. Even though it is not large in scope, and after a certain distance, what comes into view is just an empty blackness. Nothing can be seen, and nothing can be sensed. After sighing for a while, and indulging for a while, the body and soul that were seriously injured stopped deteriorating unconsciously, and began to repair themselves quickly. After wasting about a quarter of an hour, Lee Su let out a long breath, and withdrew his attention from this strange space. 1,000 years is a lot. But the problem he had to deal with was more serious. To be honest, after deeply experiencing the other party's power, Lee Su was not so confident for the first time. He felt that he could complete the cracking and explore the core part of this power within 1,000 years. This is undoubtedly a huge project. Not to mention that he is alone. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of people, the avenue is there for them to analyze and study. It will take 10,000 years as a unit to solve it. After all, people who can reach the Dalo realm are not ordinary. After achieving the Dalo realm, the strength of their thinking is equivalent to a supercomputer as huge as dozens, no, even hundreds of planets. The computing speed and processing capacity are far beyond expectations. After all, the Daoan itself is not a simple number, but an equation. Imagine that 10 trillion equations are piled together and asked you to solve them. What kind of concept is that? Of course, it is difficult, but it still needs to be dealt with. After all, for him at present, this is the only way he can do. Although the opponent's power is difficult to deal with, compared with the Taoist magic power that injects oaths and forms a closed loop, the former only needs time, and the latter is equivalent to no solution in a sense. Unless you can do what the Xinhuo banner said, you can be stained by cause and effect without being stained. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lee Su slowly closed his eyes, and his mind began to emerge with the avenue that he spent 3 seconds to memorize in his mind at the cost of his own recreation. This way is quite complicated in nature, but the general direction is tending to be fierce and real. There are many types of avenues, such as time, which has many characteristics, the most obvious of which are activity and range. Then there is space, which first has range, reality, etc. There is also the killing way, which is a typical virtuality, concentration, etc. If you want to analyze a great way, you must undoubtedly understand the nature of its power, approach its direction through the nature, and then obtain the attribute deorime of the corresponding nature, and collide with it in a corresponding way, so as to analyze the element contained in the opponent's power. Fierceness means that the opponent's power is closer to fire, destruction and other powers. And reality means that the opponent's power structure is mainly based on perceptible energy, which is also the characteristic of fire, destruction and other powers. It is clearly visible and extremely violent. Lee Su quickly began to operate the miscellaneous paths in his own galaxy, mobilizing the deorime that is closer to the nature of the opponent's power, and began to observe and perceive through the common and different points between the two sides. No. This is a bit similar, but there is still a gap. After a full hour, Lee Su finally couldn't help but take a breath, and finally found the first deorime corresponding to it. Faced with this result, his face was not ugly at all, but his eyes were shining. Because the most difficult step has been taken by him, and the next thing to do is to use this point as a basis to find the same corresponding points inside, open it, and get the first complete picture. The so-called 1 billion Deo realms do not mean that this Taluo has 1 billion completely different deorimes. If that were the case, it would only take 1,000 years, and even if the two time cocoons were added together, Lee Su would probably not dare to try to crack the power of a Taluo. The so-called 1 billion is just an overview. There are so many deorimes in the opponent's body. This is especially true for this kind of Deo magic. Usually, the number of different deorimes contained in it is at most tens of millions, or even less than tens of millions. There are multiple identical small paths in it, but the location and structure are different. Even the 7 saints that Lee Su has mastered are not completely different in the 3,000 small paths, but are divided according to the ratio of 1%. In other words, there are only 300 completely different deorimes in fact, and the others are basically different in structure. Of course, this structure can definitely be said to be extremely terrifying. The structure of the Great Way cannot be too much. Too much will lead to an unstable structure and easy to fall apart. Too little will be too monotonous and the degree of explosion will be low. Let's put it this way. The power of the Saint Realm level of skills, from 1% to 5%, can be increased by about 10% for every 1% reduction. Lee Su's 7 saints are all double Great Ways, which means that there is a full gap of 1 times between ordinary Saint Realm skills and him. 1 times. What is the concept? If 1 layer is enough to defeat him, then 1 time is undoubtedly enough to form a crushing effect. Of course, this is based on the situation, where the number of Deo Yun is equal. If the opponent is in the 100 billion Deo realm, and he is only in the 100 million Deo realm, then the gap between the two sides is still obvious. Lee Su can't beat the opponent by himself, and will be exhausted to death by him. The topic has gone too far. Back to the overall. The opponent's magical power, the number of different will not exceed 262 much. So for Lee Su, the only problem is to find the main core of these 100 billion Deo Yun. His own memory is not complete, only about 70% of the whole picture. If the number of its main Deo is 270, the most he can reflect is less than 190. And in order to resolve the opponent's damage, he needs to understand more than 140 of these 190 main Deos, that is to say, more than half of the total number. Only in this way can he destroy the structure of the power remaining on the woman's wound. Of course, don't get me wrong. This kind of cracking is only for this woman's situation. It doesn't mean that after Lee Su cracked this power, he can easily crack the magical power of the 100 billion Deo realm Daluo. That's just thinking too much, because if the other party changes, the structure will be completely different. This level of immortal law, unless the other party hands over the original cultivation, there is no way to crack it. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart, and analyzed it again. Although he successfully obtained one of them, it seems not too far from the goal of 140, but in fact he knows very well that it's still early. 100 billion Deo realm, even if 3 of them are cut off, there are 700 million. Finding the remaining 139 from 700 million is itself an extremely complex and huge project. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to use the extremely important treasure of the time cocoon. He needs time, a lot of time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 984 completed. Huff. Lee Su was very tired, really very tired. Breaking the power of 1 billion Deo realm Dalwo is not a job for one person. The number is really too amazing. Although he had a hunch from the beginning that this job would be difficult, and he was mentally prepared, he found out that he was still too simple after he started. A full 960 years. In less than 40 years of 1,000 years, he finally found out 140 main paths. At the moment of success, Lee Su didn't even have time to say anything, and he fell into a deep sleep and slept for 2 full months before finally waking up. Recalling the memories of the past 900 years, Lee Su was so indescribable and numb that he didn't want to do it again, even if he was beaten to death by such a thing. Because the whole process was so boring that it even made Lee Su discover for the first time that things related to cultivation were not necessarily all interesting. Especially this Dalwo, the Deo contained in his magical powers can be said to be extremely boring. The performance of cultivators varies according to their talents. The strongest among them is undoubtedly the most amazing talent. Those who have created their own skills and are above all others belong to this category. Then there are those who are gifted, geniuses in learning, or those with extremely high comprehension. Lee Su is gifted, weighted by the world, and has amazing comprehension. Then there are those who are the best of the best, the most talented, and so on. In addition to these, there is another kind, called diligence can make up for clumsiness, and great ingenuity does not require effort. The guy who left the woman with injuries belongs to this level. It's not that this level is not good or bad. In fact, most people who want to be on par with geniuses can rely on this. Lee Su does not belittle, and even admires, but the supernatural powers of such people, to be honest, are really not flattering, and are extremely boring. In more than 900 years, only in the first few years, Lee Su needs to comprehend all the Deo rhymes of the other party. Among the more than 2 million Deo rhymes he has mastered, there are a lot of places that overlap with the Deo rhymes of the other party. And the number of Deo rhymes in this terrifying 1 billion Deo rhymes is not even over a million. In other words, in these 950 years, Lee Su has only done one thing, which is to select. And the most disgusting thing is that the structure of most of his Deo rhymes is not much different. It can be said that they are all the same, with only slight differences. This makes Lee Su, who is used to the Supreme Saint, extremely uncomfortable and even boring. It is purely using time to waste the achievements accumulated by the other party over time. After some analysis, the number of Lee Su's miscellaneous Deos has only increased by about hundreds of thousands of Deo rhymes, just breaking through the 3 million miscellaneous Deos. Moreover, among those hundreds of thousands of Deo rhymes, more than 60% are the additions of his thinking for more than 900 years, and have little to do with the other party. It is simply disgusting to Lee Su. A dignified 1 billion Deo realm, digesting the other party's magical power, but in the end, it only gave him this little improvement. Is your identity in the Dalwo realm worthy? Lee Su couldn't help complaining in his heart, as if there was a mouthful of thick phlegm in his heart, and he couldn't feel relieved without vomiting. There was no way, it was too boring. But Lee Su had to go on, and analyzing the other party's Taoism was his only way to break the deadlock at this moment. In fact, he was not completely without gain. At the very least, he was trained in his state of mind, and he was greatly tempered and improved in endurance of boring repetition. This is still very helpful for his future practice. After all, once he reaches the Dalo realm, the improvement will not be as easy as eating and drinking water as it is now, especially when the realm is constantly approaching the saint level. At that time, even the effect of the saint's skills was very small. The supreme Taoism does not involve the saint realm. Once you break through the Dalo, you have to go the rest of the way by yourself. Other people's Tao, in that realm, is really someone else's Tao. There is a saying that scholars live, and those who imitate die. The saint realm is not learned, you have to rely on yourself to understand it little by little. Li Su shook his head, sorted out his mood, and began to sit quietly and empty his mind. He still needs to rest. Excessive boredom, even if his spirit is restored, the impact has not completely passed, and it remains there, affecting him. Otherwise, his mentality would not be so corrupted. Now there are almost 40 years left. If he hurries up, he should be able to improve a lot. Now he is already in the 5th realm of Tai, the main way, the middle way, and the number has exceeded 1300. You must know that he is a fellow practitioner of the 7 saints, and the total number has exceeded 9000. Although the power cannot be superimposed between the bodies, the strength growth brought by the middle way is still very amazing. In the next 40 years, he will seize the time to practice well, and maybe he can break through the 5th realm. As a peerless genius with an unparalleled foundation, 40 years is absolutely endless for Li Su. After almost half a year of correcting his mentality, Li Su began to relax his mind and comprehend his own main way. And obviously, unlike before, this kind of enlightenment is like honey to Li Su, and the whole person is full of energy. The way of the saint is really too fragrant. Every time he comprehended something, it felt like chewing top-grade beef. The more he chewed, the richer the aroma became. Countless thoughts and ideas kept growing in his mind, and he was completely intoxicated. The changes between the Supreme Dao methods were so mysterious that they were beyond words. It was like a turbulent road was placed in front of him, and then he was taught hand in hand, which made him intoxicated. If analyzing the 100 billion Dao realms was hard work, and every day was so difficult, then practicing the Supreme Saint was like drinking fine wine. When he came back to his senses, he only found a problem. 39 years, gone. A kind of mountain cultivation without years, and then entering the world for 100 years immediately came to mind. Opening his eyes, Li Su's face showed a face full of dissatisfaction. He was a little unbelievable. Nearly 40 years, almost half a century, 2 generations, no, 3 generations, just passed by so easily? No way. This is impossible. How could it be so fast? Somewhat unbelieving, Li Su's mind sank into his own star system. Looking at the extra 600 middle ways, he couldn't help but take a breath. This was not a breakthrough, but a breakthrough of 2 realms. He arrived at the 7th realm of Zhuangzi. The strength improvement was beyond imagination. 2000 middle ways brought a qualitative improvement. As mentioned before, in the late Tai period, the Zhuangzi level was divided into 10 realms, and there were 4 changes in these 10 realms. The change came from the number of middle ways. Every 3 realms was a huge improvement, which would have a huge impact on the supernatural power, thus giving birth to the immortal divine light in the true sense. Although immortality can be gradually felt from the immortals, but to be completely formed, it has to wait until the Zhuangzi is extreme, so that it can be fully formed and descend into the body with a literal lifespan of heaven. It will no longer be affected by the years. Unless the soul is exhausted and the heart of Taoism collapses, the lifespan is basically infinite. After feeling his own situation for a while, Li Su exhaled faintly. He was not happy, but his face was full of depression. 40 years. In just 40 years he broke through the 7th realm. What if he was given 100 years? What about 200 years? Thinking of this, Li Su's face turned sour, and for the first time in his life, he didn't feel happy at all about the word woman. He actually wasted a full 960 years of his time. If he couldn't beat her, then he really couldn't stop the anger. If he didn't die, it's time to solve this problem, and then from now on, the sky is high and the bird's eye view, the sea is wide and the fish can jump, and open a new chapter for his journey to the East region. Chapter 985, Are You Awake? His body was shaken. Familiar environment, familiar smell. I'm back. from the cocoon of time. For a moment, the feeling of being in another world came to his heart, and he couldn't help but pause his forward steps. Without time to sigh, Lee Su swooshed and ran wildly. There was no way. He didn't dare to stop. It was related to his own life safety. Even after 1,000 years, he still didn't forget his current situation. As he ran, part of his consciousness overflowed into the Buddha kingdom. He reached out again and touched the chest of the strange woman directly, pouring out his magic power and directly touching the energy in the wound under the other's heart. At the first time, the energy in the wound produced an extremely intense reaction and attacked Lee Su. However, as the two people's power came into contact, the power shook slightly, revealing a trace of confusion. Similar power. Although there are only 5 or 6 layers, one problem is that they are completely of the same origin, and no other different powers are felt. After all, it is just a magical power, without real consciousness, and it is impossible to distinguish between true and false like a human. Soon, Lee Su's power penetrated in, merged with the opponent's energy, was contained by it, and absorbed into its structure. And this is what Lee Su wanted to do at the cost of a time cocoon and 1,000 years of time. Change. As he entered its structure, Lee Su shouted in a low voice without hesitation, and moved the distance of Dao Yun very slightly, causing the original structure to change slightly. It was just a little bit. Compared to the energy deep in the woman's wound, it affected no more than a grain of sand in the vast sea of smoke, but there was no doubt that it had indeed changed. Feeling the situation formed by his own injection of power, Lee Su couldn't help showing a happy expression on his face. Very good. Confirming that the plan was feasible, Lee Su accelerated without hesitation, and a large amount of Dao Yun flowed over, merging with his mana, and continuously hitting the power of the billion Dao realms bit by bit. This itself is undoubtedly another vast project. After all, his realm is too low, and the difference between him and it is not just a big realm, but also 2 layers of small realms. Even if he analyzed part of the opponent's avenue, what Lee Su can do is still limited in fact. However, fortunately, he was not the main force of this plan. He was just an auxiliary. He could influence the opponent's magic power through his own strength and reduce the lethality of the opponent's magic power. How to completely eliminate this power depends on the woman herself. Input, input, input. As Lee Su input more and more mana and Tao rhyme, the terrifying magic power gradually began to vibrate and was affected to a certain extent. This change in internal structure is actually very amazing. It's like diamond and carbon. They are both carbon. The former is extremely hard, but the latter will fall apart with a pinch. The fundamental reason is the problem of the composition structure. Lee Su is doing this at the moment. Of course, doing so is not without cost. Even if there is only a slight difference, it will cause the reaction of the magic power, not to mention Lee Su's continuous injection. But in a moment, Lee Su was already bleeding. The body and soul were directly hit by a double blow. Even if the reaction of the magic power was very weak, Lee Su, who was only in the Tai realm, was still extremely tragic. A large number of flesh and blood cells were directly killed, and cracks began to appear on the recovered soul. The avenues inside were all vibrating, and the 7 Saint Dao fruits were also shaken to the ground, vomiting blood. Facing this scene, Lee Su didn't care. His eyes were wide open, and he clenched his teeth tightly and continued to transport. It was related to his future survival crisis, so he had no choice but to fight hard. 1 hour, 2 hours. 99% of Lee Su's flesh and blood were torn, and in some places, even his bones burst. His Yuanshan was also bleeding, and there were dozens of shocking wounds on it. The injury was undoubtedly more serious than before. The avenues in his body were impacted, and the stars couldn't help but shake, and began to collapse and crack. The impact had reached his heavenly palace. The 7 saints' halls were also cracked, and the central hall, the palace carrying the immortal fire, also began to shake, and cracks began to appear on the supreme chapter surrounding the hall. That was a sign that the origin was injured. If this continued, Lee Su would undoubtedly be disabled if he didn't die. Faced with this result, Lee Su still did not stop, but continued to infuse strength. It was not that he was unwilling, but that he could not. At this point, he would either succeed or fail completely. Not to mention that it had been delayed for many days, and under the continuous recoil of the opponent's power, he was also entangled a lot. This is the power of the Daluo of the Billion Dao realm. How strong is the taste for the owner? Since the opponent sent people to hunt and kill, it means that he has no intention of letting this woman go. Once he is aware of his power, it will undoubtedly be extremely fatal to Lee Su. Therefore, from the beginning, he had no choice. This grudge, this cause and effect, has completely involved him. He and this woman are already equivalent to life and death. She lives, he lives. She dies, he dies. As time came to the 4th hour, Lee Su's face was as pale as death. There was no more blood on his body. His soul was almost split in half. The universe in his body was in tatters. 117 stars collapsed in large areas. The 7 holy fruits also fell to the ground. The central palace, which was burning with a raging fire, was even more dim. The palace was cracked, and the scriptures collapsed. Finally, the terrible magical power under the woman's heart trembled. Too many structures were changed, which affected the foundation. With a slight tremor, the woman's body burst into amazing brilliance. A huge force overflowed from the wound, strangling the invading force like thunder. Reality. Lee Su's transformation technique has been lifted. No, it should be said that it can no longer be maintained. At this moment, there is no intact place on his body. Even his eyes, which are like stars, are dim at this moment. A light flashed in front of him, and the woman who was taken into the Buddha kingdom appeared in front of him. At this moment, the woman's beautiful eyelashes were moving. As the enemy's power was repelled, the Daluo realm's incomparably powerful vitality was immediately revealed. The injured parts recovered in the blink of an eye, and the person woke up from a deep coma. Facing this scene, Lee Su's pale face was immediately relieved, and then his body tilted, his eyes were dark, and he fainted on the spot. Before he fell to the ground, a white arm gently embraced him. It was the woman. She recovered. She was a misophobe, and facing the bloody Lee Su, there was no disgust on her face. She raised her palm, and the milky white liquid with 7-color light fell directly to cover Lee Su. Not only that, a plant as big as an arm, with 108 leaves on the top of the head, and the legendary 10,000-year-old medicine that could bring the dead back to life as long as there was still a breath. The Xianting Xianshan was directly taken out. Regardless of the difference between men and women, the right index finger gently pried open Lee Su's mouth, and the left hand squeezed hard, and the golden liquid with endless fragrance fell into Lee Su's mouth. Then, she took out another elixir, which had 9 orifices on it, and was breathing out. There were sacred scriptures shining with the breath. She did not hesitate, and stuffed it directly into Lee Su's mouth. After doing everything, the woman stopped and looked at Lee Su without blinking. It was not until his damaged body began to recover, and his severely injured soul was nourished, that she gently exhaled. Although she fell into a coma, when she woke up, she quickly knew what was happening around her. As a Daluo in the realm of 1 billion Dao, she had already entered the realm of time and space. Although she could not know 300 years in the past and 500 years in the future, she could still feel what happened in the past few days. I thought it would be at most 1 or 2 days, but I didn't expect that she would not only be in a coma for 5 days, but also fall into an extremely embarrassing situation of neither life nor death. In the end, it was this Tai who almost died to help her destroy the power structure that severely injured her. The favor was too great. No matter what the other party's reason was, if she let him die like this, she would probably never be at peace for the rest of her life, and her Tao heart would be tarnished. Thinking of this, the woman said with a voice that was 100 times more pleasant than the aureole, full of apology and guilt, "I'm sorry, I have implicated you, but don't worry, I owe you a lot, and I will compensate you one by one." Exclamation mark. At this moment, in Lee Su's body, at the end of the deep source, the flames of the Xinhuo flag shone, suppressing his source steadily. Lee Su, who should have fainted, was also conscious there. Listening to the other party's words through the Xinhuo flag, Lee Su's face was full of complexity. Severely injured, there is no doubt that he was pretending. It is true that he could not withstand the power of 1 billion Dao realm Daluo, even if it was just the aftermath, but Lee Su has a treasure. If he can't withstand it, can the treasure also withstand it? As for why he did this? Nonsense. It was naturally to prevent the other party from doing something. being able to involve a passerby in the feud between the billion Deo realms. This woman is not just gritting her teeth, but also deeply wary. Facing such a serious injury to himself, the other party should not kill him, and even if she does, it is likely that she will not take it too seriously. He never expected any benefits from the beginning to the end. Lee Su still understands that a little bit of favor is worth a lot of resentment. How heavy is the burden of such a great favor? In the end, unexpectedly, the other party is actually a good person. Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his eyelids when he saw the panacea. No, sister, can't you just leave? You are fine, and I'm fine too. Looking at the woman who looked like she was waiting for him to wake up, Lee Su had a toothache. Is he awake? Or not? Chapter 986 36 Heaven. Lee Su still woke up. There was no way the other party just stayed there and wouldn't leave, plus the drug was quite effective, so he had to wake up, even if he didn't want to. If he continued like that, it would only make the other party suspicious. He quietly opened his eyes, and what he saw was that pretty face that made people linger in fear. Feeling the warmth coming from the back of his head, he couldn't help shivering, and quickly turned over, and instantly flashed several meters away, directly distanced himself from the woman. The stimulation was too strong. This woman was like a natural high concentration additive, and a man was like a burning flame. Even if it was just a spark, it would burst out as hot as the sun. Just like opium, it exuded an indescribable demonic nature. Seeing Lee Su's actions, the woman's beautiful eyes showed a hint of strangeness. Although she was born beautiful, she didn't have such a poisonous effect. This attribute on her body came from the special curse in her blood, which made her very annoyed. Originally, when she saw the other party wake up, she planned to keep a certain distance from her to avoid the curse from taking effect on her. As a result, this little savior ran away, as if he had been electrocuted. The look in his eyes when he looked at her was not as disgusting as those people in the past, but full of warning. This surprised her, and even made her a little unhappy. Upon discovering this emotion, the woman was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but be stunned in her heart. She felt puzzled by her own emotion. She shook her head and quickly suppressed it. It was undoubtedly the best thing for her that the little guy could be like this. Because of this curse, she has a certain degree of aversion, especially direct contact and eye contact in the physical and visual aspects. This is not only true for men, but also for women. Because the effect of the curse does not ask about gender. Thanks to the medicine for the senior, the boy's body has been repaired. Judging from the senior's condition, the injury should not be serious. The boy will take his leave first. Lee Su clasped his hands and said goodbye directly. Although he lost a cocoon of time, the other party also made compensation. The special spiritual liquid, Shanshan, and the pill with 9 orifices were not mortal things at first glance. Not only did they heal his injuries, but also his soul. He also felt a huge medicinal power lurking in his body. I'm afraid that he has not even used 1/5 of it. In the future, it will continue to nourish himself as time goes by. Calculating it, it is not a big loss. I can only blame myself for my bad luck. Therefore, what I have to do now is to quickly put aside the relationship, distance myself from the other party, and never have any contact with each other from now on. That would be the best. As for the reason, this woman is trouble in every sense, and it is a kind of trouble that Lee Su can't handle. Her strength is, and her face is even more. Staying with her for a while longer, there is a feeling of impending disaster. Although Lee Su loves beautiful women, there is no doubt that he loves his own life more. This kind of existence that is at the level of harming the country and the people should be borne by the protagonist. After speaking, Lee Su made preparations to run away. As long as the other party nodded, he would travel thousands of miles in an instant and live a life of freedom from then on. The woman couldn't help but blink her eyes. The unpleasant emotions she had just suppressed instantly came up again. She saw that the little guy in front of her was not playing hard to get. He was really as timid as snakes and scorpions. Although she hated her own curse, she couldn't help but get angry and wanted to hit him after being treated like this. After all, women are emotional creatures, even if they become practitioners. Of course, she suppressed her little emotions again. As a billion Deo realm, her long life experience has cultivated her ability to deal with everything calmly, and she will not be shaken by a little emotion. She shook her head. I'm sorry, no. You have been with me for too long, and you are stained with the breath of my enemies. For me, that's nothing. For you, once you are a certain distance away from me, you will be noticed by the other party immediately. Although I had no choice, it is undeniable that I have implicated you, so you can't leave before I clean up the breath on you. Wow, what a good person. He is so considerate of others, so gentle. Is this the legendary never forget your original intention, and you will succeed? Billion Deo realm. Sister, you must have lived for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, right? At this age, your heart is as hard as a dead tree, but not as hard as a stone, right? It is not in line with your character of the billion Deo realm to be so considerate of others, okay? The so-called supreme forgets love. Great love has no love. Can't you show me mercy and let me go? Lee Su was numb. Of course, he knew that he had been infected with a lot of the enemy's aura, but that was not a problem. As long as the other party left, he could immediately use a treasure to block that aura. He had no way to make a special oath of magical power, but this simple cause and effect could still be dealt with. After all, the treasure itself was a big cause and effect, not to mention that he had the 7 Saints Supreme on him, and there were too many causes and effects. Covering the breath with breath, if the other party really dared to go against the cause and effect, Lee Su guaranteed that, even if the other party was in the billion Deo realm, he would not be able to escape. He did not dare to act at this moment, mainly because the master in front of him did not leave, and he did not dare to use it. Thinking of this, Lee Su felt very uncomfortable. Because he could not explain this matter, and he did not dare to explain it. So, he pretended to be shocked and spoke again. In that case, can you get rid of the senior, and send me away from this place? As long as I go outside, I will contact the elders of the sect to come over. Before Lee Su finished speaking, the woman shook her head again. No. Huh. Lee Su was stunned. No? Why? I can't leave now. This cave in the heaven is very special. Once I leave, I'm afraid it will be difficult to come back. Special? Lee Su couldn't help but have a hint of doubt in his eyes. The woman nodded and said, this cave is not the kind of secret place with treasures in the usual sense of the heaven. Although it also has treasures in it, there is an essential difference. That is, this cave itself is a treasure. The cave itself is a treasure? Lee Su couldn't help but widen his eyes. Yes, the woman said, and it's not an ordinary treasure. According to what I have seen and felt, this cave should be related to the legendary 36 heavens. One of them. 36 heavens? Without a doubt, this is definitely a piece of information that makes Lee Su's scalp numb. That's right. He didn't feel any joy, but was completely numb. Is this thing precious? Of course it is precious. It's probably no less important than the 36 heavenly palaces. Although I don't know what function it has, it will still attract countless people to scramble for it. It's not Tai, it's the crazy scramble of Dalo realm. Obviously, the competition for this thing is definitely not something that Lee Su can participate in now. Whenever the other party fights, the impact alone is enough to make him drink a pot. Unable to hold back a breath, Lee Su said without hesitation, I understand senior. Then please send me to the exit. I can go out by myself. When I get outside, the enemy shouldn't chase me out to kill me. After all, it is said that this is the 36 heavens. It shouldn't be possible for the other party to leave the 36 heavens and run out to kill me, right? The woman looked strange. The little guy in front of her was undoubtedly different from those she had met before. Hearing about the 36 heavens, he was not excited, but showed a big trouble on his face, and he disliked the legendary 36 heavens. That's not a problem, but are you sure? Any questions? To leave this cave, you need the strength of a billion Deo realm as a prerequisite. Although I can open it for you, it may have been surrounded by aliens outside. Although there are not 10 billion Deo realms, there are 4 or 5 billion Deo realms. If you must leave, I will send you there right away. Lee Su said righteously, no need senior. Your injuries are all gone. It's a good time to fight back. You can't waste this opportunity on me. If this place is the 36th heaven, it will undoubtedly be of great significance to the mythological world. Please consider this first. As for me, please find a place to hide me first. When everything is over, I will leave with you." The woman heard this and smiled, very happy, not forced. Lee Su pulled the corner of his mouth and said without hesitation, "Not at all. Are you kidding? Billion Dao realm, 4 or 5, go out to send? Okay, I'll take you first. Thank you senior." Chapter 987 Kunpeng. As Lee Su nodded, the woman did not stay and dragged Lee Su away. The strength of the Billion Dao realm was immediately displayed at this moment. It was no longer a means of escape. As soon as she thought about it, a road appeared automatically in the world. Hundreds of millions of tons of soil naturally moved aside, and a road for 8 carriages, to move side by side, appeared under her feet. At this moment, she did not move. What moved was the earth and the sky. In an instant, the two came out from 1,000 meters underground, and then their bodies suddenly rose. The feeling was not flying, but the earth was sinking, the sky was falling, and the woman was like the center of the world. Everything around her was moving around her. The world is like this, and the Dao rhyme is like this. Facing this scene, even Lee Su couldn't help but be shocked. Although he knew that the Billion Dao realm would be very scary and extremely powerful, he never thought it would be so strong. In this case, Tai is really too small. The whole world seemed to be in the palm of the other party's hand, while he was like the monkey king in the hands of the Tathagata Buddha, not on the same level at all. "Senior, where are we going?" "After coming here, I made a small cave. Although the injury has been expelled, my magic weapon is damaged. I need to change it. It's not far, and we will be there soon." "Okay." Lee Su nodded, and then watched the woman lead him to chase the setting sun, and stopped only after the other party returned to his head. "We are here. It's not far indeed. If it's a planet, it's only about half a planet." The whole process took more than 2 minutes, and the speed was about 300,000 miles per second. The woman waved her hand, and the cloud layer with a diameter of about 10,000 meters in front of her suddenly dispersed a corner, revealing the true appearance inside. Inside, it turned out to be an extremely huge beast. It was so big. The 2 wings alone were probably thousands of miles long, and the eyes were about the size of 100 basketball courts. In just a moment, Lee Su couldn't help but think of a poem in his mind. There is a fish in the North Sea. Its name is Kun. Kun is so big that no one knows how many thousands of miles it is. It turns into a bird. Its name is Peng. Peng's back is so long that no one knows how many thousands of miles it is. It can't feel life. It should be dead. Even so, the terrifying murderosaurus surrounding its body still gave Lee Su the impact of the attack. Just feeling it made his blood freeze and his soul lose its composure. In just a moment, Lee Su came to an astonishing conclusion. He couldn't beat this thing, at least without the treasure. He couldn't beat it. It's the Dao, the kind with tens of millions of Dao sutras. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. "Senior, what is this?" the woman said. "Ancient alien species, Kunpeng, the body of a cub picked up long ago, refined into a cave." Lee Su was numb and couldn't help but take a look at the big guy that was more than 1,000 miles long. At this size, to be honest, he didn't see any childishness at all. "It's like this. Is it still a child?" Lee Su was a little unbelievable. Of course, an adult Kunpeng can spread his wings for 3,000 miles, and his realm will reach the Billion Dao realm. This little fellow only has 30 million Dao. In the Kunpeng population, he can only be said to have just been weaned. Exclamation mark. An adult is at the Billion Dao realm. Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned. This is too much. Hey, how much effort and suffering did he have to endure to become Tai? And then suddenly there appeared in front of him a creature who was at the Dao realm when he was an adult. Is this fair? As if she sensed Lee Su's thoughts, the woman shook her head. The ancient alien species are born strong. They are almost at a height that most creatures cannot reach in their lifetime. Even if they don't practice, as long as they have something to eat and enough time, they can grow to an unimaginable level. Unfortunately, their innate strength is too good, which dooms them to have difficulties in their acquired strength. It takes hundreds of thousands of years just to reach adulthood, and once you reach adulthood, it is even more difficult to make progress. In the ancient times, there were so many ancient alien beasts, but they all disappeared in the torrent. Either they disappeared without a trace, or like the one in front of them, they became corpses early. After all, their talents are too good, which means that everything about them is extremely precious. Just take this young Kunpeng. Its blood can greatly improve the body, even if Tallow drinks it. Such a race is actually like a walking treasure of heaven and earth. If they are the strongest in the world, it's nothing. Once a race surpasses them, or even catches up with them, then it's not surprising that they are exterminated. If it weren't for the fact that after the ancient catastrophe, the true dragon clan went into the deep sea blood spring to suppress the filth of the prehistoric world in order to atone for their sins, and also connected their own image with the fate of the human race, there would probably not be many left now. Even if there were any, they would probably be kept in captivity and treated as rare treasures. In just a few words, Lee Su couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The other party said it simply, but the bloodiness and ruthlessness in it went straight through his internal organs. Don't tell me it's really like this. As a human race, although the starting point is low, the enemies they will target will naturally not be too strong. On the other hand, the ancient beasts are different. Both big and small are treasures. If you can't beat the big ones, then you can target the small ones. Once the small ones are killed, the big ones will naturally die one less, and in the end, naturally, the clan will be exterminated. The woman moved and took Lee Su directly to the back of the huge cub's corpse. There was a palace. The woman put Lee Su down and said, "Wait here for a while." Lee Su nodded and naturally had no intention of following in, and said directly, "Okay, senior." Although the other party isolated him with magic power, the influence still existed after walking so far together, which made Lee Su very uncomfortable. Even if he kept suppressing it, he still found that his breath was uncontrollably going down and concentrating towards a certain indescribable position. Watching the other party disappear in the palace, Lee Su sat down cross-legged and used all his strength to operate the Buddhist Heart Sutra to suppress the evil fire in his heart. After a long while, Lee Su exhaled a breath and finally entered the sage state again. However, what is the situation with this woman? I have never heard that a person's charm can be so great that it needs to be suppressed by a method. You must know that he is practicing the highest level of Buddhism, which is the supernatural power of a saint, and it is quite difficult to suppress it. But the strange thing is that he did not feel any signs of the other party using charm again. Whether it is Taoism or magic power, they are all unusually calm. No, it should be said that the nature of her Taoism is quite neutral, which is a typical Zuanmen heart method. After thinking about it, Lee Su quickly shook his head and didn't intend to dwell on this issue. After all, the connection between them is only at the moment. When things here are over, it will be time for both parties to go their separate ways. To be honest, this place is quite good. When the woman comes out, he might as well ask her. If possible, he will hide here temporarily. Lee Su is quite fond of Kunpeng. Although he is dead, only a shell is left outside, and the inside is almost empty. The Taoism can still be vaguely seen flowing on its body. The special pattern should be the Taoism of the Kunpeng clan. If he can stay here to comprehend it, it will be of great help to Lee Su, especially the supreme flesh and blood, which can be greatly improved. After all, the supreme flesh and blood is the ultimate flesh. The more information he obtains about top creatures, the stronger he will naturally be. It just so happens that Lee Su can't participate in the opponent's battle, and he doesn't want to participate at all. It's easy to become cannon fodder if he follows. It's better to stay here. Chapter 988 Two Choices. Lee Su didn't have to wait long before the woman came out. At this moment, she was wearing a white dress, with her hair naturally falling to her waist. She was still very seductive, and even pure white couldn't reduce her devilish appeal. However, there was something different. She had dressed up a little and put on some accessories. For example, there was a pearl flower on her head, with pearls as the core and silver white branches. There were also many strange hairpins hanging between the ends of her hair, with very strange shapes. There was a little cinnabar on the center of her eyebrows. Although it was not big, it was full of beautiful patterns, which looked mysterious. On each wrist, there was a bracelet, jade on the left hand and blue field on the right hand. They were also intertwined with magical patterns. There seemed to be thousands of lines on a small bracelet. She also had a green jade pendant on her waist, with a phoenix pattern living inside, and the workmanship was extremely fine. She also wore a pair of nearly transparent cannibal gloves with silver chains. She was barefoot, with bells wrapped around her ankles. Every time she took a step, she could hear pleasant sounds. They rose and fell, as if they were intertwined into a piece of music, radiating brilliant vitality. Although she had so many accessories, she strangely did not feel bloated. Instead, no matter what she put on, it would not weaken her charm at all, but would only add to her brilliance and make her more beautiful. Unable to help it, Lisu's pupils twitched violently, as if her eyeballs were pulled by the other party, and could not move at all. After a while, Lisu woke up, and then he couldn't help but complain wildly in his heart. This woman, is she going to start a world war? Pearl flowers, fairy artifacts. Cinnabar, fairy artifacts. Jade pendants, fairy artifacts. Bracelets, or fairy artifacts. No, it should be said that all the pendants on this woman are fairy artifacts. And each fairy artifact is not simple, just like the bright moon and the night sky, directly illuminating everything. I thought that after thousands of years, the ancient immortal weapons had long disappeared. Some were silent, some were destroyed, and now only 1 in 10 survived. But I didn't expect to see more than a dozen of them here at once. They were not ordinary immortal weapons. Although Lisu couldn't name them, the origins of these immortal weapons were probably terrifying. Especially the 9 unique hairpins like hairpins in her hair, which were pregnant with amazing thunder power, and contained the power of heavenly punishment, that was enough to destroy the world. Looking closely, the magnified appearance of those hairpins was exactly hammers, awls, and drums. Good guy, if this is related to the Thunder Department of the Heavenly Court, did the other party take away most of the weapons of the Thunder Department of the ancient Heavenly Court? The last time I saw the same was when I was in Tangshan, and the disciples of the Heavenly Court finally moved one out. No wonder the inner armor was so damaged. This woman didn't give up, but spent a lot of money to repair it. Now, looking at her configuration, it's not enough to say that she is rich. She should be described as rich enough to rival a country. Young man. Yes, senior. Although he is not less than that, but facing a woman who is 300,000 years older than him, Lisu is quite honest. At this age, let alone calling him a young man, he can accept being frightened, or being called a baby. You are in the late stage of TIE, right? Yes. It can be seen that you have good talent and secrets. Your strength is probably far beyond that of ordinary TIE. I have only seen your talent in one person. Lisu's eyelids jumped. How should he answer? Don't be on guard. I'm not interested in your situation. In fact, without enough opportunities in the myth world, there is no way to become a strong man. The woman saw Lisu's thoughts and said directly, who doesn't need to worry? There is no secret yet. But when you reach the Dalo realm, you will understand. Especially after the Yibio realm, most things have lost their meaning to us. How to go on the rest of the way can only rely on ourselves, and external forces are basically useless. Lisu looked strange. For others, it might be like this, but him, haha, based on the secrets he holds, it feels like a saint would go crazy if he knew. Feeling Lisu's emotions, the woman smiled, and was not surprised. People are like this. If they don't reach a certain position, they will never understand that they are treasures as precious as their lives, but in the eyes of others, they are just a mere thing, and can't be seen at all. Of course, this is not the other party's fault. After all, status determines height, and height determines sight. The other party is not bad in talent. When that day comes, he will naturally understand. She continued, young man, you have been practicing Taoism for quite some time, right? Lisu was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help thinking for a while. Counting the time in the special cave, it was really not short. The 1,000 years not long ago, he is now almost 2,500 years old, right? Shit, practicing is really scary. If you don't pay attention, you will be several thousand years old. Judging from the aura, it's less than 1,000 years. It's really amazing. Looking at the mythology world, there are such people in less than 1,000 years. It can be regarded as a young genius. Looking at the history of the entire mythology world, there are probably only a handful of people who can surpass you, and recently there is only one person. As she spoke, the woman showed admiration on her face. Lee Su was stunned for a moment, and asked curiously, "More than that, I have stayed in the cave for quite some time." Cave. The woman was stunned for a moment. It should be a spiritual one. The aura I mentioned refers to the age of your physical body. Spiritual. Yes, there are some special caves in the mythological world. After entering, only a few days have passed outside, but the people who come out have spent hundreds or thousands of years, as if they have lived a new life. That kind of years are not counted, because it is only your soul that has spent that period of time. This situation is actually no different from dreaming. You must know that even a mortal can spend a few days in a dream. But what about a fairy's dream? Especially when some realms are broken through, the entire life will even be retraced. If you calculate it this way, the lifespan of a cultivator may have to be multiplied many times. Since you have been in, although you don't know your specific realm at that time, the time spent in there should be equal to, or even greater than your lifespan, right? If your physical body really wants to spend such a long time, you should have died long ago, instead of still being full of vigor and vitality until now, and being in the golden stage of cultivation. Lee Su was stunned for a moment, thinking of his experience when he was still immortal. He didn't say anything. After all, he came out quickly, but the others were different. Almost all of them stayed there obediently until they died of old age. If he was still immortal, even if he mastered 1 or 2 martial arts, he would have died of old age when he came out, so what's the point of practicing? Thinking of this, he nodded and showed a look of realization. So that's how it is. In this way, he is still really young. Up to now, he has only been practicing for about 10 years. Looking back, it really feels like several lifetimes have passed. It seems that you really have a good opportunity. Although that kind of special cave exists, it is extremely rare. After entering and coming out, it's like a transformation, and the improvement is amazing. The woman smiled. "You are so young, but you can reach such a realm. I'm afraid that up to now, the first golden period of practice has not yet passed." Golden period? Lee Su was a little confused. The other party mentioned this thing twice. For mortals, it is between 15 and 50 years. The foundation is established before the age of 100, the golden elixir before the age of 500, the celestial immortal is 800, the true immortal is 1000, and the Tei is 1500. This golden period can be superimposed, for a total of 3910 years. During this time, practice will be very fast, just like a newborn baby, growing extremely fast. Once exceeded, you will fall into the silver period, and the speed of practice will drop by 2 levels. Exceeding this period, it will be like an adult among mortals. Growth will completely stop, and experience can only be accumulated over the years. Therefore, this period is also called the accumulation period. Therefore, the usual way of practice in the mythological world will reach the realm of perfection during the golden period, use the silver period to consolidate, and the accumulation period to broaden and thicken the upper limit, making the most of the 3 periods to lay the foundation for Daluo. Understood. Lee Su nodded, then became a little confused as to why the other party was telling him this at this time. "You are really good, with extraordinary talents and unlimited achievements." The woman's eyes moved slightly and looked into the distance. "With your talent, you can achieve Daluo. Even if you don't participate in the 10,000 years war set by the mythology realm, relying on the remaining golden period and silver period, you should still have no problem breaking through, just like that little guy." That little guy? The ancient heavenly court, the son of the god of justice. It turned out to be him. Lee Su nodded, and then he asked doubtfully, "Has he achieved Daluo?" "Of course, and he just broke through to the billion Dao realm. He can fight against 1 billion Dao realm. After the incident in the East region, he was taken away by the saint of the heavenly court, and entered the depths. Now he is receiving guidance from the 7 saints of the mythology realm. He is one of the 5 candidates who are expected to break through the Daluo realm, and achieve the saint realm." At this point, the woman suddenly turned around and looked at Lee Su seriously. "Young man, in a sense, you were born at the wrong time. If it were 2000 years earlier, no, or 1000 years, maybe it would be different. I would probably be one of the candidates like that little guy. You have done me a great favor. You saved my life twice. This is too great a favor. I would even keep you by my side and protect you for the rest of my life. At other times, this would be fine. I know everything. But now the situation is different. The emergence of the Heavenly Court and the arrival of 33 powerful alien races have made the mythological world no longer safe. No, perhaps it should be described as extremely dangerous. Here in the eastern region, the Tai realm is no longer the highest combat power. Facing the Dalo realm's willful attack, this realm is no different from cannon fodder. During this period of time, many geniuses from the major sects in the mythological world have been killed or injured. In this case, let alone protecting you, even I'm in a state of difficulty protecting myself. Although the previous serious injury was due to my carelessness, it was indeed the case. I almost died. So, young man, choose between the two. One is dangerous, but it can quickly improve your strength, lay the foundation for you to achieve the Dalo realm, and speed up your realm improvement. One is not dangerous. I will protect you, and then send you to the rear. I have many acquaintances there, and several of them have life and death friendships. You can practice and grow in a relatively safe environment. Hearing this, Lee Su finally understood why the other party mentioned his age and specifically talked to him about the golden period of practice. Well, do I still need to choose this question? With Lee Su's personality, the so-called gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Who would deliberately go to a dangerous place if they can practice safely? It's not like he doesn't have enough talent. So, Lee Su took a deep breath and said without hesitation, "Senior, I choose the first one." Chapter 989 Getting Rich. Looking at Lee Su, the woman had a strange look on her face. It's not that this choice is strange. In fact, as long as a cultivator is motivated, he will choose the first one without hesitation. After all, for a cultivator, cultivation is fighting for life. If you are fighting for your life, how can you still talk about safety? It's just that Lee Su's emotions and expressions are too weird. There is no enthusiasm, no confidence. There is only disgust, and extremely awkward, as if he has no choice. How can he not be disgusted? With Lee Su's talent, becoming a Dalo realm is not like eating and drinking water. He cultivates the Seven Saints Avenue, and has been determined since the Xiangxin period. For him, becoming a Dalo is just a matter of time. His behavior is no longer a matter of risking his life for a few hundred yuan salary, but leaving billions of family property, and choosing to go to the battlefield to be a mercenary. It's no longer a matter of faith, it's simply a psychopath. But, there is no way. Not to mention the enemy, and pressure outside the myth. Even the scene in the East region, is shocking to Lee Su. Do you really think, that a billion Dao realms are a lot? Not many. In the entire myth world, there are hundreds of Dalo realms, less than 10% of them are extreme Dalo, and less than 10% of them are billion Dao realms. The rest are mostly billion Dao realms and tens of millions Dao realms. What was the result? As soon as he came in, a billion Dao realm that he could not resist appeared in front of him. Fortunately, although the other party forced him, he was not a bad person. Otherwise he would have almost failed in this trip to the East region. In this harsh environment, unless it is necessary, Lee Su does not want to continue to stare at the title of Tai and hang around outside. It's really deadly. So, when he heard that the other party had a way to improve himself, even if he didn't like it in his heart, he still had to go. Because in this world, if you don't want to be bullied, and want to protect what you care about, the only way is to kill everything that wants to bully you, and wants to destroy the things you care about. And to do this, strength is very important. Senior, tell me, what do you want me to do? Are you sure? Sure. No regrets. After all, the risk is quite high, and you may die. Practicing cultivation means fighting everywhere, fighting and competing. What you fight for is your own life and the lives of others. As the saying goes, a sword is forged from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms blooms in the bitter cold. The woman's eyes lit up slightly, and she couldn't help but murmured, a sword is forged from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms blooms in the bitter cold. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. That's right. In that case, let's go. After that, she picked up Lee Soo and took him thousands of miles at a time, galloping towards a certain direction. Young man, the place we are going to now is the center of this world. The opportunity is there, and the most precious treasure of this world is also there. Senior, what do I need to do? It's very simple. Eat good things when you see them. Take good treasures when you see them. Eat as much as you can. Eat as much as you can. Take as much as you can. When you can't fit it, go to the central position. There is a huge stone tablet there. You don't have to care about the stone tablet itself, and don't get close to it. With the character of that old thing, he must have done something on it. However, there is a scripture on the tablet, which should be passed down from the ancient heaven. Although I only saw a little bit of it before, I still felt it deeply, which is of great help to practice. What you have to do is to learn and comprehend. Try to understand the key points above as much as possible, and then I will come back to pick you up. Lee Soo was stunned, and a little stunned. Don't fight. You are my savior. How can I really send you to a place where you will die? The woman smiled lightly and shook her head directly. After all, the desire for power is different from the desire for safety. If you just want to be safe, I can be your backer. As long as I'm alive, you will be safe. The woman didn't continue talking here, but the meaning was very clear. If she wanted to be strong, she naturally couldn't always give him protection. How could she be strong if she was protected by someone? In any world, the real strong have always been fought for, not fighting. Just eating what you see is delicious, taking what you see is useful, and suddenly realizing the skills. There are such good things in the world. He couldn't help but shudder, and had an unprecedented good impression of the woman in front of him who was a disaster to the country and the people, and dragged him into the water, and involved in the confrontation between the billion Dao realms. After thinking about it, Lee Soo couldn't help but say, don't worry senior, take as much as you can. It doesn't matter if you take all. As long as you can take it, as much as you can. The woman couldn't help laughing. Little guy, don't be shocked later. Those are the treasures of a clan. The number is beyond imagination. How can one person take them all? Moreover, some important treasures have restrictions, and Tai realm can't get them at all. The more you take, the happier I am. How could she not be happy? She would be happy only if she stole all the things of that old man's clan, accumulated over millions of years. She had not forgotten that punch. Thinking back to the other party's dirty words, the woman's eyes could not help but spit fire. She only hoped that this little guy could be more powerful, and it would be best if he suffered heavy losses and vomited blood. There was no way. They were both in the 100 billion Dao realm, and it was not realistic to kill the other party. Even if she was fully armed now, she would at most have a certain advantage in snatching this special cave heaven, and she could only beat the other party back. Although she was a cultivator, she was also a woman. As a woman, how could she not bear grudges? It's almost there. Young man, are you ready? I'm in a time. That's good. The woman raised her hand, and the great magic power directly wrapped around Lee Soo. The space began to vibrate with her magic power, and the boundless Dao realm gathered, and an extremely special road appeared in it. The woman pushed her palm, and sent Lee Soo directly into that extremely special road. Remember, time is limited. The important thing is the stone tablet in the center. Try to comprehend the scriptures on it as much as possible. My power will form an emerald. Once it is destroyed, a passage will be opened immediately. From there, you can directly lead to my palace. Go immediately. Do you understand? Lee Soo reluctantly turned back and responded loudly, understood. As the people were sent away, the space in front of him suddenly returned to normal. The woman waved her hand directly, disrupting the spatial structure around her. She did not hesitate, jumped up, and rushed to the center of the world above the sky. In an instant, lightning flashed, the sky and the earth shook, and an unparalleled figure and a Pelosaur descended. Surrounded by dozens of top-level immortal artifacts, with billions of terrifying Dao rhymes. Looking at the entire mythical world of billions of Dao realms, it can also be ranked in the top 5 terrible powers, erupting from the extremely charming body of that woman. At this moment, her eyes were like ice, her face was cold, and the devilish temptation was suppressed, revealing a peerless edge. Just her existence made all the Deos tremble, and the sharpness in her eyes could penetrate the sky. Old dogs, come out and die. As soon as Eluo said this, the killing intent was like rain, twisting the 10,000 Deos. Needless to say, 3 peerless figures appeared, with the same billion Deo realms, but different peerless styles. Immortal weapons with a terrifying aura appeared along with them, bursting, deep, and deadly, since 3 different avenues ran through the void. The 3 people all looked a little weird, and most of them were the same as humans, but there were some differences. Their skin was golden, and there was no white in their pupils, but it was pitch black, and they had no ears or mouths. They were aliens. One of the 33 aliens that appeared with the heavenly court. Looking at the peerless woman, although they were outnumbered at the moment, the 3 people looked extremely solemn, which undoubtedly showed that in the previous battle, although they had more people, they did not win easily. The woman in front of them was very scary. Ning Wuxia, I didn't expect you to be alive. The woman heard, ha, you dog-like thing, you 3 want to kill me? When the enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. The woman called Ning Wuxia jumped up, and the terrifying avenue ran through the sky, directly swept the 3 of them, and disappeared from this world. Boom. Only the terrifying roar echoed, describing the terrible battle between the 2 sides. Asterisk 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 the other end. As the passage reached the end, Li Su entered an extremely unfamiliar place. Standing still, he was stunned, his pupils couldn't help but widen, and his jaw snapped on the spot, dislocated. Huangjing, as big as a hill, in pieces. Shanshan, 36 leaves one by one, 72 leaves, one row after another. Ganoderma lucidum, as tall as a towering tree. Zuguo, bigger than a basketball, almost half a person tall, and Snow Lotus as big as a millstone. Li Su saw more than 10 peach trees, which were full of big and round peaches, with a strange fragrance. One after another, even the great sects in the myth world only have 3 or 4 of these great medicines on the ground. The top level refining materials, red gold, as high as a mountain, stretching for a stretch, and the special magic silver, a whole lake. The myth world above the 4th grade of strange stones and minerals are everywhere. There are also the corpses of strange beasts, not to mention the real dragon, the mountain lying in the distance. A closer look reveals that it is actually a dead phoenix. And over there, he saw Kunpeng's corpse, different from that woman's. This one is an adult, and it has not been hollowed out. There is still flesh and blood inside. You can feel its amazing energy, special divine power. Too much, too much. The treasures placed here can no longer be described by quantity. You have to use acres. 100,000 acres. After a while, he came to such an extremely amazing conclusion. In an instant, Li Su couldn't help but spurt out light from his eyes, and there was only one thought in his mind. Get rich. Chapter 990. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass. There were rare and precious medicines, corpses of exotic animals, and various extremely precious special materials used to make immortal tools all over the mountains and plains. For a moment, Li Su's eyes were dazzled, and he showed a bumpkin's expression. Too rich. It was just dripping with oil. You have to know that he has been in the myth world for so long, and most of the time, his practice relies on directly absorbing extraordinary power, that is, directly replenishing energy. Although the improvement speed is also fast, it is far worse than these immortal medicines. If it weren't for his special skills and the Supreme Saints, I'm afraid there would be a lot of problems. Although it is said that after becoming an immortal, the physical body is further sublimated and becomes almost like an energy body, it is still different from a pure energy body. Swallowing a large amount of pure energy will not only damage the body, but also reduce efficiency. On the contrary, it would not be the case if it were a medicine. The essence of a medicine is to absorb energy through a lot of time, which is equivalent to saving the conversion process, and the energy becomes abnormally docile. Not only that, if you look closely at these medicines, they have strange lines on their bodies, and some even sprout special wonders. That is the rime of the Tao, which is formed by the absorption of the active rime of the Tao around life under the condition of long-term nourishment of a large number of extraordinary particles. Eating one of these great medicines can also greatly nourish the great Dao. Not only are they rich in various small ways that can help people to gain enlightenment, but most importantly, these small ways have produced special substances due to the long-term condensation, which can nourish the great daya of the monks. Therefore, compared with things like star crystals, if there are really enough great medicines for a long time, the great medicines are undoubtedly better. Unfortunately, the environment of the myth world is too harsh and the evil is strong, which leads to the growth of great medicines. Often, when one appears, it will change the nature of the great medicine due to the inhalation of excess of evil. Most of them are poisonous, which is not as good as absorbing energy. Now, Lee Su did not feel any evil at all. The rich fragrance was overwhelming. Before he ate it, he felt that his great daya was shaking, and his body and soul were nourished. After taking a deep breath, Lee Su did not hesitate. He remembered what the woman said before he came in. Eat when you see it, take when you can't eat anymore, and go to the center to comprehend the scripture placed in the center. In an instant, Lee Su's flesh and blood shook and broke away from his body. 5 billion of the 6 billion cells were scattered, leaving only a skeleton standing in place. The cells, like locusts, flew out, leaving no one alive wherever they passed. However, in just a few breaths, the 1,000 acres of spiritual medicine disappeared, and even the lingering fragrance in the air was completely wiped out. Lee Su was stunned, and a strange light emerged from his empty eye sockets. His cells swallowed too fast, and because they had to uproot them, they chewed up a lot of soil. Originally, he was ready to spit it out when he found something wrong. After all, although Lee Su was used to living a poor life, he would not let go of even the soil. But as soon as it passed his mouth, he was shocked to find that the soil was not ordinary. Think about it, this kind of crazy medicine, if it grows one plant normally, it may absorb the spirituality of a mountain range and 100,000 water and soil. As a result, there are patches of it here. How can it be ordinary soil? It is extremely rich in nutrients, as rich as substance, and the proportion is also quite special. It is specially prepared. Close your eyes and feel it, and you will find that there are traces of stars in these soils. This soil is probably not simple. It is collected from the planets outside the sky. They are mixed together and refined by great means to form this strange land. It is very heavy, and the size of a grain of rice feels like thousands of pounds. This soil is basically here, and it is very thick, almost hundreds of meters deep. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. Such a large area, such thickness, plus its amazing weight. 10,000 acres square. I'm afraid it must have several to make it. It really deserves to be a treasure of the heavenly court and the first force in the ancient three realms. That's right, such a spiritual field can undoubtedly only be made by the ancient heaven. After all, even if the universe is boundless and the stars are countless, there are still only 1 in 10,000 that is suitable. After all, not all planets are suitable. At least in terms of properties, these soils are more planetary materials, or planets with special gases like Jupiter in the previous life, rather than randomly selected. How many planets are needed to make such a large spiritual field? Scrape. In ancient times, there were robbers who scraped the ground 3 feet, but only Lee Su dug a pit of 100 meters. Lee Su's eyes were red and his breathing was as heavy as an ox. He was excited and uncomfortable. Excited, of course. It was his first time to enter a place where there were so many treasures everywhere, so many that it was suffocating. Uncomfortable. The woman was right. So many good things, he couldn't eat them. There was no way. Too much. He had only swallowed 1,000 acres at this moment, just reaching 1% of the total, and he already felt a little full. As far as the current situation is concerned, at most 5,000 acres, he would have to eat until he was full, and it was the kind of fullness that could be seen in his throat when he opened his mouth. Although he was full, he could still take it. He had the 2 great magical powers of the Ghost Realm and the Buddha Kingdom, both of which were very capable of carrying things. He also had the Jade Purity Supreme, which could also carry a lot. But these great medicines, the corpses of strange beasts, and various rare materials were too powerful. In order to ensure his own stability and not have any problems when running away, he could only take about 3 layers at most. That is to say, there would be 7 layers left, and they had to stay here. He couldn't move them away. Thinking of this situation, how could Lee Soo not feel uncomfortable? For Lee Soo, this kind of thing is probably the only time in his life, right? As a result, the amount that could be taken away was only 3.5 layers? What's the difference between this and entering a treasure mountain without taking anything? For a while, Lee Soo was not only a little crazy, although he still had the treasure of the demon subduing hall in his hand. The space inside was large enough, and even if there were 10 times more things here, it could still be contained. But the problem was that he only had the key to enter, not the main body inside his body. To open it, it means to locate and open a space. If Lee Soo was in the 10 billion Dao realm, it would be opened, and it didn't matter. But he is not. If he opens it in this situation, it will definitely leave traces. Although he may not be found, it is very likely that he can find the location of the demon subduing hall by following the traces. Not to mention the value of the demon subduing hall itself. Just the fact that the whole Xia country is inside, Lee Soo dare not take the risk. As for the Xinhuo flag, in an environment with 1 billion Dao realms, it is not irrational behavior to use the treasure when his own strength is seriously insufficient. Once it is discovered, even that woman, Lee Soo dare not guarantee that the other party will never turn against him. After all, the value of the treasure is too amazing. All the things here added together are far less expensive than it. In today's mythology world, even saints may not have treasures. The appearance of one will definitely drive people crazy. This is also one of the reasons why Lee Soo intends to hide his identity. After all, he was exposed in the blood pool, and there is a high probability that the demon court knows that he has a treasure. Therefore, the saint of the demon court may have already set his sights on him. Therefore, before the Dalo realm, if possible, Lee Soo does not want to use the treasure as much as possible. But looking at the treasures in front of him, Lee Soo's eyes immediately turned red again. How great it would be if he could take all the treasures back. If you don't run a household, you don't know how expensive salt and rice are. As the first proud of Xia country, as a disciple of Jijiao, as a disciple of Rinjiao, as the first leader of the temporary Cross-Western Alliance organization, referred to as the Western Alliance, well, when Lee Soo didn't know, he was elected as the first. After all, he played a big role in the reason why the underworld was able to turn the tide. So, even if he can't use it all, with so many mouths crying for food, stealing a little is a little. With so many, even if he only takes out one layer, it will be enough. Lee Soo didn't forget that woman. After all, the opportunity was given by her, so he had to give her 2 layers, and then he would monopolize the remaining 7 layers. How sweet. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass. Brother Key. Lee Soo couldn't help but roar, holding a rough breath, and decided to take a gamble. Want to take all? Yes. You will be suspected. Whatever. Then go to the central government first, and don't worry about the others. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 991 Heaven and Man Sutra. After getting the promise, Lee Soo left without any regrets. The flesh and blood could no longer be contained. After collecting them, he would put some of them in the ghost realm and the Buddha kingdom to share them, otherwise it would affect the action. He walked directly towards the center. 10,000 acres of land is not big for Taie. Not long after, he saw the stone tablet that the woman mentioned. The moment he saw it, Lee Soo lost his mind and was deeply attracted by the words on the huge stone tablet. His whole mind was emptied at this moment, and all the extra thoughts were squeezed out. There were only the amazing words on the stone tablet. It is the ancient heavenly court text. It is the special text in the demon subduing hall. I couldn't understand it at first. This text is too weird. Not only can one word express multiple meanings, but the meaning can also change according to the different directions of the start, middle, and end of the gesture. It is weird for normal people to understand it. However, fortunately, the words on this stone tablet inherit the Tao and the law. The lines themselves carry the true meaning, and there is no need to understand the words themselves. Speaking of which, when the Emperor of Heaven created this text, he seemed to have written some of it in his diary. First, of course, it was because he was idle. After all, the strength of the great heavenly venerable was 10,000 years, and the heavenly court had already been on the right track. Even if one day in heaven was 1 year on earth, the old emperor of heaven was still too idle to do anything. As for the second, this was a ciphertext. One day, the old man of the great heavenly venerable had a sudden idea. In case a disaster came one day and an external enemy appeared, he would come up with a very special set of texts. One article could carry dozens of articles, and a special solution was needed to get the real content. As a result, this special ancient heavenly court ancient text came into being. It has to be said that the old man of the heavenly venerable was really idle, and he really guessed it. The only pity is that this ciphertext was useless before it could play its intelligence effect. It took a long time for Lisu to come back to his senses. He couldn't help but groan, hugged his head, and couldn't help but look pale on his face. The amount of information was a bit large. There were too many insights, which caused the brain to be unable to turn around and overloaded. However, this scripture, rubbing his brows and lowering his head, he could not help but show a look of shock on his face as he continued to digest the overload of information. The heavenly man scripture. It is not a magical skill, nor is it a Taoist classic. This is an immortal article that is the same as the Yin One of the underworld, a supreme book that can create good fortune and multiply the supernatural. Since the underworld also has it, there is no reason why the heaven court does not have it. After all, this is the greatest strength in the three realms. How could the old rogue organization, that is the number one in the world, be surpassed by the underworld? Therefore, not only does it exist, but it is also extremely terrifying. Just like the ghost immortal body changing the soul, this is a scripture that cultivates the heavenly man body. And unlike the ghost immortal body, the successful cultivation of the ghost immortal body is equivalent to an extra attribute, and the race undergoes an amazing change. The heavenly man body is a special qualitative change, a qualitative change from the acquired to the innate. The acquired and innate here are not the difference in breathing in the sense of mortals, but the secret technique of cultivating the acquired spirit into the innate spirit, which is a complete change from the root to the foot. The creator, if nothing unexpected happens, is the great celestial venerable. The reason for the creation is that, since the underworld has created such an amazing secret art as the ghost immortal body, the heavenly court naturally cannot do without it. Therefore, after accommodating the methods of the three realms and 10,000 spirits, the great celestial venerable created this magical power. This terrifying magical power can only be practiced after reaching the Dalo realm. Once successful, the acquired creatures will completely complete the transformation, enter the innate realm, and become the darling of the great Dao. This technique is based on the principle that comes from the saints, so it is also called the little saint decision. Compared with the ghost immortal body, which only transforms into an external body after the Dalo realm, the ghost body can have 80% of the strength of the original body. The celestial body is undoubtedly more terrifying. Once formed, it can transform into a self with the strength of the 12th level after the Dalo realm. Although there is a time limit, in terms of combat power, it can almost beat the ghost immortal body. After the ghost immortal body reaches the Dalo realm, can it transform into an external body? Facing the information conveyed to him by the scriptures in the stone tablet, Lisu was a little stunned. After all, when he was in the underworld, although he cultivated the ghost immortal body, he only felt the transformation of the soul, and accelerated the rapid formation of his own realm, allowing him to break through the late Tai realm in one fell swoop. It did not mention that after the Dalo realm, the ghost celestial body would have such changes, and it could actually form an avatar with 90% of its own strength. I don't know what the so-called 90% means. Of course, even if it is said to be a single pole supreme, 90% of the strength of oneself is also strong enough. As for the celestial body, it must be said that it is worthy of being the great heavenly venerable, the ruler of the existence of billions of creatures such as people, gods, immortals, and ghosts in the three realms. Not to mention, whether the practice is so terrible in the end, it can form an identity stronger than the original body, but just the part that Lisu sensed is incomparably magical. There is no doubt that the practice of the supergrade level is not inferior to the Supreme Saints in any single aspect. No wonder that woman said that the fortune on the central stele was a great opportunity. Even Dallo could feel a lot after just one glance, which made him remember the scriptures and suddenly realize the essence of it. As for the Taoist magic, to be honest, Lee Su really has it. The 7 saints are enough for him to practice to the peak of Dallo realm, and his power can be said to be unparalleled in the world. On the contrary, this special fortune technique is very attractive to Lee Su, which can further consolidate his foundation and improve his height. This is very good. No matter how much he can improve in the end, as long as there is even a little improvement, it is extremely important to him, which can widen the distance between him and the ordinary Dallo realm, allowing him to catch up with the almost insurmountable high wall formed by the long years and reach the ultimate power of this world. After resting for a while, Lee Su raised his head again and looked at the supreme chapter carried on the huge stele. Be quick. Although the crystal formed by the woman's power was the same as before, and the halo inside did not fade, God knows how much time he has. If the time is up, and the scripture is not fully understood, it will undoubtedly be very troublesome. Lee Su didn't think that he could have such an opportunity again a few times. I'm afraid that this time is already the last time. Therefore, he must seize the opportunity and at least fully master the scripture in the shortest time, not to mention cultivation, until he can cultivate a heavenly body. The flesh and blood split open, and a large piece of medicine fell out. It was as big as a hill, and the medicine fragrance was overwhelming. He opened his mouth and took a bite directly. The prepared bitterness did not come out, but instead filled his mouth with fragrance. The bright yellow liquid was like the ancient heavenly wine. It didn't even have time to chew it, and it flowed down his throat, bursting in his chest in an instant, and spreading all over his body. A breath rushed to the top of his head, and the prismatic soul that was tingling due to excessive processing of information was immediately relieved. However, in just a moment, his spirit that was lost due to excessive comprehension was replenished a lot. Feeling the changes in his body, Lee Su's eyes couldn't help but glow. It was indeed a great medicine with amazing effects. As Tae, his soul had transformed and was fully strengthened by the soul crystal. His Yuanshan strength had long been beyond imagination and was extremely solid. If it wasn't for the top level scripture in front of him, it wouldn't have given him such a headache if it was replaced by a top level one. As a result, after taking a mouthful of Huangjing, he actually felt a slight recovery. At this moment, he had a pile of Huangjing as big as a hill in his hand, and there were almost tens of thousands of them in his body. Before, he felt that time was a bit urgent. It was not a problem of comprehension, but he was afraid that he didn't have enough energy and needed time to recover, and this was the most troublesome part. He quickly ate several in a row. When his energy was almost recovered, Lee Su implanted commands into his hands and mouth, braked feeding, and raised his head directly, looking at the stone tablet again. Get this scripture done within an hour. Asterisk 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 at this moment, outside, above the center of the cave, the sky and the earth were dim. The sun was clearly hanging high in the sky, and the land was extremely bright, but here in the center, it was pitch black. Space was distorted. The light was swallowed up directly. No, but the terrible lightning covered the sky, making the surroundings pale. Indistinctly, because of the lightning, a huge figure could be seen in the position where the curtain was torn. It was people. Several people. They were entangled with terrible power, and long rivers of terrifying avenues were under their feet, in their hands, and above their heads. Collision, collision. Every time, billions of Daoyuns fought madly. There was fire, light, darkness, fierceness, silence, yang, and yin. Time was shaking, and space was like a piece of paper as thin as a cicada's wing. With one collision, countless worlds were broken. With one impact, several terrible rivers that were hundreds of thousands of miles wide and endless were also surging, splashing hundreds of thousands of feet of shocking waves, and the huge stars could be seen rising and falling in the waves. There were also immortal weapons that burst into vast brilliance, turning into huge fronts of 100,000 feet, constantly colliding and fighting back and forth in the void, and the flying sparks penetrated the layers of sky walls, drawing a stream of light of millions of miles. At this moment, the will was like substance. In the boundless void, the most tragic collision occurred, and the space could not bear it and collapsed. The thorns of the billion Deo realm level had already killed out the true fire, killing to the extreme. Ning Wuxia. The alien Dalo roared, with a violent killing intent. There were obviously 3 people, but they were suppressed and beaten by a woman. They could hardly raise their heads, and blood was splashed. At this moment, Ning Wuxia was fighting 1 against 3, and her every move was extremely domineering. The terrifying immortal weapon was under her control, bursting with brilliance, and billions of Deo rhymes guarded her center. If this battlefield is a galaxy, then she is the unparalleled celestial body standing on the core of the galaxy, the largest star. A voice with 3 points of burning sounded, and Ning Wuxia uttered a word lightly. Come. Chapter 992. Sweeping away. At the fastest speed, he carved all the contents on the stone tablet into his heart without missing a single detail. After a long breath, Li Su's expression became much more relaxed, and he put down the big stone in his heart. With the complete understanding of the Heaven and Man Sutra, he immediately found that his body had undergone some subtle changes. Not much, but very clear. It was being changed, and the contents of the Heaven and Man Sutra were flowing out from his soul and naturally integrated into his body. The first to react were the 2 supreme skills, the supreme flesh and blood, and the 99 mysterious art. Both were shaking, because of the Heaven and Man Sutra. Some inexplicable changes had occurred, starting from the bone marrow, and extending outward little by little. The mana was also being consumed, but the degree was not large, almost negligible. Like the yin text, the Heaven and Man Sutra was transforming his body, and the deep level rewriting involved a very deep level, which had already reached the component part. In just a moment, he felt the difference, and a special power was being nurtured. The supreme blood and flesh and the 99 mysterious art are all adjusting to form a trajectory that fits the operation of the Heavenly Man Sutra, and are accelerating its completion. From the feeling, at most a few days, at the latest a month, the Heavenly Man body should be able to directly achieve a small success. As for the great success, it will have to wait until the realm of Daluo. Of course, although this technique is more targeted at the realm of Daluo, it can differentiate into an external body with its own 12-layer strength, but it does not mean that the Tai realm is useless. In fact, even if the transformation has not been completed, Li Su can feel the difference in the Heavenly Man body. All along, Li Su's highest talent is undoubtedly his comprehension. Under the bonus of the world, his comprehension of the technique is extremely terrifying. Even the unique skills of the Supreme Saint are still not difficult for him. He will learn and master them at a very fast speed. But apart from this comprehension, other aspects are undoubtedly somewhat mediocre. No, it can't be said to be mediocre. The practice of the 7 Saints Supreme has long modified his bones and raised his upper limit. This is also the fundamental reason why his practice speed has not decreased as time goes by, but is still advancing at an unimaginable speed. In terms of physique, Li Su is no worse than the Xianjiao of this world. Especially in terms of soul, the previous transformation, even without the world bonus, his practice of Taoism has still broken the limit. One more racial attribute is not just talk. This allows him to comprehend the Taoism from another direction, producing the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. But even so, compared with the talent weighted by the world, it is still a lot worse. With the appearance of the Shinran body, under the extremely subtle changes, Li Su has indeed undergone an extremely amazing change. No, perhaps it can only be described as good fortune. This Shinran body, it is the innate body, the good fortune of the world, the original creature, born extraordinary, even if not practicing. It is extremely close to the Tao. It is the 1 in 10,000 near Tao body. It can be called the son of the Tao. Shinran body, ghost immortal body, inherited from the 2 ancient supreme organizations of the 3 realms of heaven and hell. It is not a method, nor a magical power, but an extremely special nature. Now with the mastery of the Shinran body, his situation is undergoing amazing changes. As a human, his incomplete innate nature is being supplemented by virtual, ghost immortal body, and real, heavenly human body. The 2 natural attributes of root bone and comprehension are being pulled up little by little, and gradually reaching the number of 200. This change is absolutely amazing. In just a short while, Lee Su himself felt the difference and became relaxed. The mastery of the Taoist magic is gradually improving, and it is becoming extremely easy to use it. The overall realm has not improved too much, but it has added some more middle ways, more than 10,000, but other aspects are different. A feeling of using only less power, but being able to produce greater output lingers in his heart. The lethality of his Taoist magic has increased by more than one level, and the burden has decreased significantly. The fit between heaven and earth and him has been significantly improved. He felt a trace of power that should have been experienced and mastered after achieving the Dalo realm. The harvest is huge. He couldn't help but reveal a look of joy in his pupils. Whether it is the many treasures in this space or the stone tablet placed in the center, it is an unimaginable fortune for Lee Su. However, just when Lee Su was extremely excited, he was surprised to find that the huge stone tablet not far from him was dimming. The words on it did not dissipate, but the light on the words was dissipating little by little. What's going on? Facing this scene, Lee Su's face couldn't help but change. He didn't forget that when he came in, the woman told him not to get close to the stone tablet, let alone touch it. Other things didn't matter. The one in the center must have been tampered with. Although he didn't know what kind of tampering it was, such a change occurred. If there was any tampering, it would most likely be activated. Before Lee Su could move, the emerald formed by the power of the woman on his chest also reacted. The luster on it quickly dimmed, and a thin crack directly cracked, reflecting a road leading to the location. Obviously, this was not a coincidence. Brother Key. Lee Su couldn't help but shout out. Don't worry. The voice of the Xinhuo flag rang directly from the bottom of his heart. In an instant, the huge flag soared into the sky, and the terrifying flame flag covered the sky. With a loud bang, everything in this world stopped at this second. The vast history of the human race blossomed, and the boundless history spanned the sky, forming a huge river. It was seen that it slowly suppressed down, not only stagnating time, but also making time go back little by little. With a sound of wing, the flame flag released 1,000 feet of light, as if it was 5 fingers open, grabbing the huge space of 100,000 acres. What does it mean to scrape the ground 3 feet? What does it mean to dig people's ancestral graves? But in a blink of an eye, 2 breaths, Lee Su found that in addition to the stone tablet, the entire space, including the treasures, was directly rolled up by the fire flag. Not to mention the treasure residue. Not even a piece of soil was left by the other party. Lee Su took a deep breath. At this moment, his eyes were shining, and his reaction was also very fast. 1 foot directly stepped on the passage to leave, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the tail of the flagpole. When the fire flag was retracted, it was also collected into his body. Almost at the same time as the last ray of flame was in hand, the door of the passage also closed. He took a breath, turned around and ran. His steps were fast. Both legs ran out of after images, carrying fire, and rushed straight to the exit. Behind him, there were continuous rumblings. The road was collapsing and collapsing, and there was an amazing force bursting out, muddying and messing up the road, leaving no breath. Asterisk 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 at this moment, on the battlefield. The already scorching battlefield suddenly paused. The 3 aliens suddenly changed their faces, as if they felt something. In an instant, the 3 people's faces were anxious. Even if they were suppressed by Ningwuxia, their hearts were still calm. At this moment, they were completely panicked. There is no way. The house was stolen. However, the next second, the faces of the 3 people changed. After all, in a war of this level, distraction is a fatal act. Even if it is a billion Dao realm, the so-called clone is only a short moment of 0.000001 seconds. After all, they are facing Ningwuxia, who needs 3 people to attack at the same time to fight. Boom. A flash of lightning fell from the sky. It directly enveloped the 3 people. In a moment of mistake, the 3 people, along with their huge and boundless river, were submerged. Boom. Chapter 993. I don't know how much the boy took. Ningwuxia naturally caught the reaction of the 3 people at the first time, and she was naturally not surprised at all. Although sending Lee Su in was to repay a favor, However, as a being of the Ibio realm who has lived for who knows how many years, she is not the kind of simple little girl who will pledge her body to someone just because she is rescued. She sent Lisu to the hometown of the three guys opposite, naturally not only to give Lisu good things, but also to use him. The purpose is also very simple, to distract them. That place was accidentally discovered by her when she fought with them before. Although she did not look closely at that time, she only glanced at it, and she was still very sure that the things in it should be the collection of their clan. And this collection is not just now open to the heaven, but the accumulation of countless years before the heaven was opened. Once the alarm is triggered, the three people will inevitably be distracted. After all, these treasures are related to their entire alien race, and the capital for them to gain a foothold in the myth world in the future. It's a bit early. Did it touch any restrictions? Forget it. The decisive battle is important. The opportunity has been given. Whether she can seize it or not is not something she can control or worry about. What she needs to do now is to seize this opportunity. Ningwuxia's eyes flashed with brilliance, and she raised her fair jade hand, and then fell, and chopped out a palm. In an instant, thunder flashed between heaven and earth. The thunder was really big, so big that it was boundless, dyeing the extremely chaotic void into pure white. The three people were instantly buried in the thunder, and the terrifying avenue that was 10,000 miles long was shrouded in it. There was a loud bang. Even if it was a billion-day realm, at this moment, it was still knocked down. The avenue was cracked, and a hole was punched out by the terrible thunder. The three aliens vomited blood almost at the same time. Without giving the three people a chance to adjust, Ningwuxia, who succeeded in one strike, had already raised her other hand high. Udeo Shenzaro, Jiu Chianji. 1 palm. Boom. 2 palms. Boom. Boom. 3 palms. 6 palms. 9 palms. 18 palms. 36 palms. Standing in place, Ningwuxia's face was calm, and he struck out with a calm manner. Each strike was enough to submerge a star and smash it to pieces, a total of 81 palms. The terrible lightning almost submerged the entire world, and the dazzling light illuminated the distance of dozens, no, hundreds of light years into a daylight. In the boundless lightning, 3 alien races were bleeding, their bodies exploded, and their souls were charred. In the terrible lightning, the terrifying bodies of the Great Dao were all shattered, and they had to release the eternal light, reflecting themselves again and again, reorganizing their bodies, and repairing the long river. Ningwuxia. Rolling in the boundless destructive thunder, the three people's eyes were red, and they let out an amazing roar. Humph. The only response was a cold snort and raised hands. Udeo Shenzaro, Great Heavenly Thunder, Divine Strike. With one word, the terrible thunder from the 9981 palms was reacting and echoing. The terrifying thunder broke through from this world to the other side. All the ways in the boundless world were affected at this moment, changing their forms and turning into thunder. The sky solidified, and the void stagnated. Only the lightning flashed for billions of miles. The next moment, the world suddenly turned dark. The blazing lightning swallowed up the colors, leaving only a strong murderous intent and boundless destruction. But a blacker lightning, along with Ningwuxia's falling palm, fell again at the moment when the other party recovered through the eternal light. This time, there was no vast thunder, and no shining lightning. Everything was silent and breathless. All things were collapsing and falling, covered by the black thunder and completely annihilated. Before the lightning fell completely, the three aliens were shocked. They had been waiting for this blow, and could not take it. If they took it, they would be seriously injured. If they did not die. Ah. 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 3 sharp whistles. The three people looked at Ningwuxia with extreme resentment, and the next moment, they saw that the long river of the Great Dao beside them was actually on fire. The fire was extremely strange. In this space, time was stagnant. It actually burned rapidly. The next second, the three aliens were going away, in an incredible way, quickly going away. Escape. Obviously, they were in an absolutely unfavorable situation. They had no chance of winning, and would only suffer greater losses. Watching the three people escape, Ningwuxia also stopped her actions. Although she wanted to keep one, no, all three wanted to stay, to avenge the punch. but she understood that it was easy to decide the victory and defeat in the realm of 1 billion Dao, but it was difficult to decide life and death. Forcing them to stay, even if she wanted to, would have to pay a heavy price, which was not wise in the current situation of the East region. However, this was enough. It would take a lot of time for the three people to come back. Moreover, at this moment, they might have to go to their own nest first to find out the situation. They would not have time to entangle with her in a short time. After thinking about it, she stepped out and returned to reality. Then she jumped up and headed straight for the core of this world, the center surrounded by countless clouds. After a slight feeling, she walked quickly to a certain place. She raised her hand and waved, and the clouds dispersed. A mysterious jade talisman, which seemed to be connected to this world, appeared in front of her. Seeing the jade talisman, Ning Wuxia let out a long breath. Because the enemy suddenly attacked, she had no time to deal with the jade talisman that she had already refined, so she could only hit it into the void and seal it up. Although she did not feel that a seal was broken, how could she rest assured before she got the thing? She reached out and gently pinched the jade talisman. Immediately, the jade talisman showed an extremely amazing reaction, and it was constantly vibrating, as if it wanted to escape from the opponent's hands. The jade talisman struggled fiercely, and was not refined by her. It was a pity that this place had been exposed. If she continued to stay, perhaps the next wave of enemies would not only be those three guys, but other aliens would also come. Although Ning Wuxia was confident, she was not arrogant. After just a moment of hesitation, she made a decision. The magic power burst out and pinched the jade talisman tightly. Without saying anything, the long river of the Great Dao appeared. She threw the jade talisman into her long river without hesitation. With a loud splash, the boundless long river seemed to be thrown into a lake of boulders, raising huge waves. The whole river was constantly vibrating under these huge waves. She frowned slightly. It was naturally uncomfortable for her long river to vibrate. She took a breath, and more than 10 immortal weapons worn by her body flew down and fell into her long river. Suppress. After the words fell, the long river paused and returned to its original calm. Cough. Cough. Ning Wuxia coughed twice and took back the long river. She was not injured in the battle with the three aliens, but a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. It really deserves to be the 36 heavens corresponding to the 36 palaces in the heavenly court. Even if it is said to be suppressed by the long river, it still has such power. After feeling her own situation, Ning Wuxia did not stop. She moved her body and rushed directly in the direction of her palace. After sending the boy to a safe place, we will find a place to refine this talisman. But before that, we have to collect some supplies. It will consume too much to suppress and refine it at the same time, which will easily attract attention. I don't know how many resources the boy has obtained. I just hope that he has obtained enough treasures before he touches the restriction. It is not suitable to take him with us, whether it is refining or looking for supplies. It is too dangerous. Ning Wuxia sighed. She was not only grateful to this lifesaver, but also had a great affection for him. Because of her special physique, she was very lonely. Although she was used to it, it did not mean that she did not want to communicate with others in her heart. Moreover, the boy was quite different. Although he was not immune, he did not sink, and was very vigilant. This was undoubtedly very interesting. Here we are. While she was thinking, her eyes moved, and she could see her Kunpeng flying palace. Breaking through the clouds, Ning Wuxia took a breath, and looked at the hard-working little figure above the flying palace. She was about to say something, but the next second, the woman's eyes condensed, her mouth couldn't help but open wide, and her beautiful face showed an extremely shocked expression. Great medicine. Lots and lots of great medicine. There are more than 100 kinds. Looking around, the number of each kind is no longer dozens, hundreds, or thousands. It's hundreds of thousands. 1 acre planted on the back of her Kunpeng. From afar, she can feel the aggrieved, yet dare not speak emotion coming from the core of her own Kunpeng flying palace. Hiss. Ning Wuxia took a breath of cold air, and her eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Good guy, really good guy. Not only the medicine, you didn't even let go of the soil in the field. Looking at Lee Su, Ning Wuxia suddenly smiled. Her smile was extremely bright, like a fox that stole the hen. Couldn't help but giggle, her waist bent with laughter. At this moment, she could completely imagine the expressions of the three aliens when they return home. It must be very very exciting. Asterisk 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 proof. Who is it? At this moment, in the alien nest, looking at the alien treasure land with only a stone tablet left, the three aliens of the Billion Dao realm who hurried back couldn't help but have blood rushing up. Since the heart, a rebellious air exploded in the heart, and a pale color appeared on the pure golden face, and they spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This mouthful of blood was unusual, emitting golden light. It was their heart blood, the origin blood. The moment it was spit out, not only was there an amazing essence, but also an extremely strong resentment. The body that was originally injured in the battle with Ning Wuxia was more seriously injured at this moment, more than twice as much. Ah. 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 The shrill roar resounded through the sky, and the sound even penetrated that special void and spread far away. Chapter 994, Escape. Standing on Kunpeng Flying Palace, Ning Wuxia was still extremely shocked despite her financial resources. Although she deserved the title of rich woman, it was the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years after all. This was because she became Dao realm at an early time, and the process was extremely dangerous, so she gradually achieved what she is now. As a result, this kid went there and brought back so many treasures. Although these things are of little use to Dao realm, this number still made Ning Wuxia's emotions fluctuate. With her level, it would probably take 1,000 years to collect so many treasures. Although the opportunity was given by herself, Lee Su's harvest in one trip still made her heart beat unconvincingly. She took a deep breath and couldn't help but say, "Young man, have you emptied the other party's treasure house?" Lee Su paused and looked up at the place where the voice came from. What a special skill. It was the same before. The person was not far away from him, but until the other party spoke, his five senses were completely unable to capture it. The presence of the 100 billion Dao realm was so strong that the Dao rhyme around it was clearly strongly affected by it. It was like a huge signal source, but it was impossible to sense it. It was as if it was standing on the other side and jumped out of his perception system. He smiled dryly and said a little embarrassedly, "Did you take too much, senior?" Ning Wuxia, who was just saying it casually, was stunned. She couldn't help but stared at her eyes. The answer of this young man really shocked her. "Did you really empty the treasure haul?" Hiss. Ning Wuxia's pretty face showed a very rare nervous look. Even if Lee Su stole half, she would be extremely happy. In the end, he stole all of it. The meaning was undoubtedly completely different. "Did you really take it all? Is it not okay?" Lee Su was stunned and said in surprise, "Didn't the senior say that you can take as much as you can?" "I did say that." Ning Wuxia couldn't help but stretched out her hand and pressed her eyebrows. "But I didn't expect you to empty the other party's nest." She glanced at Lee Su unwillingly, making sure that the young man in front of her was not joking with her. Ning Wuxia, who was in a very good mood, couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. Run. No, it should be said to escape. She took a breath of cold air, and her magic power instantly overflowed from her body, directly covering the entire Kunpeng Figang. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the resources on Figang's back. Lee Su was also picked up by her and rushed into Figang Palace with him, heading straight to the core. The core room is very large and is also Ning Wuxia's lounge. It's a bit messy. There are a lot of clothes thrown directly on the ground, and a lot of personal items are hung on bed strings and chair backs. From the situation in this room, it can be seen that this is a lifestyle that is not bound by details. Ning Wuxia, who hurried in, didn't care about those. She carried Lee Su and trotted to the core and spoke directly. "Activate the flying light form." The sound is confirmed. The magic power is confirmed. Figang is in emergency state. A voice sounded. It was the Figang core, which made a very crisp baby voice. As soon as the words fell, the entire Kunpeng Flying Palace began to glow. Not to mention the outside countless array patterns were seen forming inside the core, and the terrifying power of the air was gathering crazily. Boom. Almost when the Flying Palace was activated and started, Outside, there was an extremely loud sound, and the terrible breath directly covered the entire world. An extremely shrill roar sounded, with unparalleled power in the voice. Ning Wuxia, hand over the things of my clan, otherwise. As if exploding in his heart, Li Su couldn't help but tremble in his body. Even under protection, he couldn't help but feel his blood surging, and the avenue turbulent. What a terrible power. Is it the same billion Dao realm as Ning Wuxia? Thinking of Ning Wuxia's reaction just now, Li Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although he had thought before that the place he was sent to should not be an ownerless thing. After all, there were a lot of treasures piled up in it, and they were neatly arranged. But thinking that these treasures came from the heaven, it was not surprising that there were artificial ones. At least, that's how Li Su comforted himself. There was no other way. He was dazzled by the treasure in front of him. As a mature adult, he had to take everything. Now he heard that, wow, the other party had sent him to the enemy's lair. Although Li Su was very curious about how the other party discovered the enemy's lair, he was nervous at this moment, and understood why Ning Wuxia reacted like this. Sister, we are going to the enemy's lair. Just tell me. As long as you tell me, I will at least leave them some thoughts, and not dig up the soil. Now it's good. The other party is probably crazy, and doesn't care how the lair was exposed. Nonsense, the house has been stolen. Only a lunatic would care about the situation of the lair. Catching the thief, killing the thief, and getting back the stolen things are the real things. Not done yet? Obviously, not only Li Su understood this, but Ning Wuxia also understood it. Although she was not afraid of the 3 billion Dao realms of the golden body alien race, adding 2 more would not be enough for her to fight. But an obvious problem is that in the heavenly court, the alien race is not only the Jinshan family. From the other party's tone, it can be seen that he has gone crazy, but it took so long to come. Obviously, before coming, the other party had already called for help. And it is obvious that the alien races are not only different in appearance, but also in strength. Startup completed. Countdown 5, 4, 3. Listening to Fei Gong's answer, Ning Wuxia pressed Li Su and said directly, young man, next. There is a little confusion. Don't worry senior. Li Su heard the words and hurriedly spoke, fearing that the other party would abandon him in order to avoid the crisis. I can bear it. This is not a waste of words. It is a real confusion. How much is it shaking? All the cells are shaking. Except for the road that can barely maintain its shape. Li Su is distorted. His eyes, mouth and face are getting bigger and smaller, longer and shorter. This is 100 times the speed of light. It can travel through time and space. The speed is extremely fast. The disadvantage is that it is not friendly to the body. Looking at Li Su, Ning Wuxia couldn't help but explain, but at this moment, the space seemed to have problems, and the voice was intermittent. Listening to Ning Wuxia's voice, although people felt extremely uncomfortable, just like drinking 20 kilograms of Lao Bacon the day before, and suffering from alcohol poisoning the next day, and felt uncomfortable, and wanted to vomit directly, Li Su's eyes glowed slightly, and he felt inexplicably relieved. It felt that it would be much safer to enter at such a speed. However, the next second, an extremely terrifying pressure poured down. Stay. In an instant, the 2 people in the flying palace, not only Li Su, but also Ning Wuxia, felt an extremely huge crisis. In the dark, there was an extremely huge hand reaching out to them. That hand was too big. The thousands of miles long Kunpeng flying palace was like a fly, and was about to be caught by that hand. At this moment, an extremely huge coin fell from the sky and hit the terrible palm straight, knocking it off an inch. Another voice rang out from the owner of the coin. Have some shame to participate in a fight between children. As the saying goes, a slight mistake can lead to a great error. The terrible giant hand almost touched Kunpeng, and Ning Wuxia and Li Su couldn't help but feel their scalps numb. Damn, do you still have shame? The 2 people's chests rose and fell, and they were so nervous that they almost forgot to breathe. There was not much fear on their faces, but instead they showed expressions of shock and anger, and they were very angry. In Ning Wuxia's eyes, the end of the Saint Realm was equivalent to a fight between peers, just like suing their parents. In Li Su's eyes, it was equivalent to the other 3 generations bullying at the same time, which really didn't care about their shame. However, the only good thing is that there are old people on their side now, who can't stand the other party's behavior, and they stopped the other party's shameless behavior. And Lee Soo didn't know if it was an illusion. He also heard a light laugh, and said something in his ear. "Ha, the underworld is doing well, come on, East Region." Lee Soo was delighted when he heard it. That's right, it was his GGO boss, but after listening to the boss's words, his face fell, and he almost choked. No, he was just AIE, let alone refueling. Even if he stepped on the accelerator, the speed was still 120, and he couldn't go up. Not good. On the side, Ning Wuxia's pretty face suddenly changed. The route was interfered with. Lee Soo was shocked when he heard it, and looked at the other party in horror, and his whole body was numb. Sister, this is the speed of light. Chapter 995. A bolt from the blue. East Region, Fairyland. The landform and environment have completely changed. The earth has disappeared, replaced by clouds. The light but strange clouds with a heavy atmosphere cover the entire East Region. Looking around, it is a white mist, and occasionally shadows can be seen, but they are not mountains, but very special tree crowns. The appearance is very special, with a lot of leaves, and under the leaves are countless roots. This kind of tree is very strange. They do not have huge branches. They are a bit similar to roses, or the function of creepers, but they grow closely together, forming one island after another, rooted in the sky above the clouds. According to intelligence, this special tree is called the Fairy Island tree. They are very special. Not only are they very light, but they can continuously gather water vapor to form clouds. The larger the volume and the more clouds there are, the greater its buoyancy. Not only that, it is extremely strong. Even if you use a third level magic weapon to cut it, it will only leave mark on it at most. And its recovery ability is also amazing. When it exceeds a certain size, it will be very troublesome for the Dalo realm to destroy it, because it will collapse when it exceeds a certain force. After all, it is not a hole. It will reduce the damage caused by the force by dispersing itself. It is a unique product of the ancient heaven. For the heaven, it is the land in the sky. After all, there is no such thing as land in the heaven. Under the clouds is the mortal world. However, it is a little different now. The entire East Region covered by the heaven is not below, but a bottomless sea of clouds. Not only that, there are extremely terrifying creatures under the sea of clouds. The deeper you go, the more terrifying it is. Many people have gone down specifically. When the depth exceeds 100 meters, the creatures that appear are comparable to the Tai realm. When the depth exceeds 1000 meters, the creatures entrenched there are basically terrifying beasts of the Dalo level. They have no rationality, and are extremely ferocious. At a certain depth, even if a billion Dao realm is entangled, they may lose their lives. On the alien side, a Saint realm expert took action to test, but in the end, no conclusion was given. However, there was a message circulating on the alien side, that the Saint realm expert who went down was injured. Although it is unknown what depth the other party has reached, just one point has already shown how great the horror is hidden under this sea of clouds. Fortunately, those creatures cannot come up, and it seems to be restricted in some way, otherwise the situation in the East Region today will probably be even more chaotic. At this moment, among the mountains with countless fairy islands and trees, a figure, naked upper body, carrying a strange fish weighing several tons, quickly went to one of the islands. The island was very big. There was a big bird on it. The bird was very scary. Its wings spread out, and it was more than 1,000 miles. It was really hard to imagine that there was such a terrifying creature in the world. The boy flew over quickly and landed on the back of the bird. In the center of the bird's back, there was a gorgeous palace, but the boy did not go over, but started to cook on the spot where he landed. He raised his palm and the strange fish he caught was completely disintegrated by him. Fish bones, scales, internal organs, blood and other unnecessary parts were extracted and thrown into the bottomless sea of clouds. Only large pieces of fresh and tender fish meat were left. The flames ignited and evenly covered the sliced fish meat, one piece after another, with distinct corners. His movements were not fast, but extremely smooth. Obviously, it was not the first time he did this. This fish is not bad. Although it is a little ugly and looks like it has mutated, the meat is tender and the fat is not low. The taste is not inferior to the dragon liver I have eaten before. There is a lot of spiritual energy in it, and there is a special force attached to it. That is, the other part is Tao. Although I don't know how the other party did it. After all, this thing is extremely violent and irrational, but it has formed a great way, and its strength is comparable to that of Tai in the early stage, and it can swim freely in the sea of clouds. This thing is extremely powerful in the sea of clouds, and is very difficult to deal with. It's a pity for him, otherwise it would be hard to say who will eat whom, if it were Tai. Looking at the grilled fish, he quickly sprinkled it with snow white refined salt, peppercorns, bright red chili powder, a little cumin, and special soy sauce. For a moment, an indescribable smell filled the air, making people salivate. This can no longer be called an ordinary dish, it can be considered a delicacy. After all, the ingredients are extraordinary. Not only the fish itself, but also the seasonings. Although he has not gone far on the road of alchemy, he can't resist his amazing talent. When his comprehension reaches a certain level, he can really understand all the methods. He can have continuous enlightenment while cooking a dish. I just want to ask you, if you are afraid, whether it is refined salt, peppercorns, chili peppers, or even cumin, they all come from this. After all, people are in heaven, let alone whether there are seasonings in the mortal world. Just say that the taste of this immortal is not ordinary. For example, at this moment, even if he used his tongue to add magma, it was only slightly spicy. Therefore, unless he was willing to raise his 5 senses, it would be better not to put in the human seasoning. After all, the strength of the fish meat itself was amazing. These materials are actually medicines, and they are also poisonous. For example, the one with the same effect as Sichuan pepper is originally a special medicine that can make even a true immortal numb for a week after taking a bite. It looks very similar to Sichuan pepper, but the size and age are different. The seeds are almost as big as a human head, and the age is several thousand years, almost 10,000 years. It was one of the medicines he stole. Because he didn't know its true life, and he was lazy, he named it the 10,000 years Sichuan pepper tree. As for the pepper, it is a bit famous. It is made from local materials, from a strange snake under the sea of clouds. It is extremely poisonous. The venom it sprays is like volcanic gas, which is so irritating that even steel can't stand it. He spent a lot of time catching a lot of it and squeezed out about 10 tons of venom. It took a lot of effort to retain its irritation and reduce its lethality and made it into chili powder. There was also cumin, which took him a lot of effort. The main reason was that there were no materials with similar properties. He could only use a lot of big medicine to dry them and pound them into powder according to the taste in his memory, and then blend them together in proportion to make something similar. Therefore, this seemingly outdoor barbecue situation, the dishes made, are actually no different from the well-made elixir, and the effect is amazing. Not to mention Tai, even Daluo ate it and praised it endlessly. Well, let's talk about Daluo. Daluo said, in the distance, a woman was seen flying over. She had a beautiful face, and was particularly beautiful, like a lotus emerging from the water, an elegant lily, and a peony that was more beautiful than all the other flowers. In addition, the devilish temptation emanating from her body all the time made people who saw it feel that there was actually a beauty in the world. At this moment, she was a little sad, because she had heard some bad news. When she approached the big bird lying in the nest and smelled the mouth-watering smell, her depressed face suddenly lit up, as if light fell, and the whole person was captured in an instant. In a flash, she appeared beside the boy who was grilling fish. She first gathered water vapor to wash her hands, which were not dirty to begin with. Then she took the plate on the side and did not even use her magic power. Instead, she used a pair of tongs to pick up a piece of the already grilled fish meat with good color, aroma, and taste and put it on the plate. The woman's movements were very elegant, full of the breath of a noble lady. She was to be straightened up and cut the fish meat with chopsticks. Each piece was less than half an inch. She ate it in small bites and chewed it slowly. There was no doubt that this way of eating was really pleasing to the eye and full of etiquette. Of course, the movements were elegant, but the other party ate really fast. The cherry mouth was like a bottomless pit. Whoosh, the boy had already grilled more than 100 pounds, and it was empty. However, the boy seemed to have gotten used to it. After grilling it again, he simply did not put it in the main plate, but directly put it in the other party's plate. Senior, how did you find out? Of course, the people here were Lee Soo and Ning Wuxia who had escaped. The two had been here for almost half a month. Although the Saint Realm failed to hurt them, it affected the flight direction of Kunpeng Flying Palace. With 100 times the speed of light, even if you only run for 1 minute, the gap will be infinite. Not to mention that Fi Guang is set to run for a full day. When the ship stopped, Ning Wuxia was fine, but Lee Soo undoubtedly ran out and vomited a lot. He was stunned, and the trajectory of the stars in his body was tilted by an inch. The feeling was simply not worth mentioning. He had just rushed out of the palace gate and was still in the air when he started vomiting. If it wasn't for the strong enough force, I'm afraid he would have been covered in his face on the spot. When he came to the edge of the flying palace in a sliding kneeling way, Lee Soo vomited a dark sky, Armthic Xianshan, a mountain-sized Huangjing, and a house like Lingxi, one after another, constantly coming out of his mouth. The scene was really tragic. According to Ning Wuxia, this was because Fi Guang's speed was too fast, causing the outer body in the inner palace to shift, resulting in sequelae caused by unstable supernatural powers. People with insufficient realm will be like this when they sit on Fi Guang. When the inner palace returns to its place, the symptoms will disappear. Ning Wuxia paused slightly with her chopsticks in her hand. She glanced at Lee Soo with a little displeasure. After all, this moment was one of the few times she was happy, but the other party mentioned her most depressing thing. However, as a top beauty, she also has a magic buff. This glance was so charming that Lee Soo couldn't help but shiver. She quickly activated the Western Two Saints Supreme, and at the same time silently recited the Buddhist Heart Sutra and Diamond Sutra to suppress her heart fire. After a while, Lee Soo raised his head and looked at the other party with great resentment and said dissatisfiedly, "Senior, he can indeed suppress emotions, but the problem is that the other party not only induced emotions, but also the kidney water in the body was moving, and this was not the one that was ready to move. This has a great impact. After a long time, what if it is out of balance? There is a saying that goes, I can use it, but I can't live without it." Ning Wuxia felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. After all, she knew her situation best. She had a good friend who almost lost that function permanently. It took her nearly 1,000 years to adjust it back. Until now, when she met him, they were basically thousands of miles apart and would not talk more than 3 sentences. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but cough dryly and then took a breath and said, "1 good news, 2 bad news." Lee Soo heard this and quickly put aside his emotions and became serious. They have been here for more than half a month. Fi Guang was temporarily down because of the use of Fi Guang. Not only that, the obstacles of the Holy Realm also had a significant impact on it. Although it did not affect flight, it was impossible to activate Fi Guang again. It was necessary to find someone in this field to readjust it before it dared to use it. Although Lee Soo also knew how to refine equipment, he could only deal with the external aspects of this level of magic weapon. Fi Guang had no way to do it. After all, it was not something that could be solved by talent, but also required a realm. The good news is that we are no longer in the territory of the golden body alien race. Lee Soo heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. If you steal everything from the other party and still stay in the other party's territory, it is absolutely courting death. If the other party's saint can attack once, he can attack again. Here, some people may ask, at the speed of flying light, how can you still be in the territory of the golden body alien race after running for a whole day? In this time, you can run out of the solar system and the Milky Way, right? Then I will give you a counter question. How big do you think the heaven that can accommodate all the heavens must be? The territories divided by the 33 alien races are actually no different from galaxies, so big that they are terrible. Otherwise, with such a huge gap in the combat power of the myth world, even if the alien races are not united, they would have no living space long ago. A sufficiently far distance is one of the reasons why the myth world can persist at present. As for the bad news, one of them is that the place where we are now is very likely the territory of the superior alien race. Lee Su heard this, and his face suddenly darkened. Superior alien race? Although there are 33 alien races, all of which are extremely large ethnic groups, it is obvious that there are differences between ethnic groups. The golden body alien race belongs to the lower level race. Although it is one of the best in the lower level race, it is not good enough in the middle level race. The gap is obvious. As for the upper level race, before Lee Su could recover from this shocking news, Ning Wuxia took a deep breath and said again, as for the other bad news, the saints of the golden body alien race launched the 13 holy killing orders against us through their ancestral council. Lee Su's expression froze, and the perfect grilled fish in his hand fell directly to the ground. Holy killing order. It is the top level killing order from the alien race. In short, it is an order issued by the saint to kill. The 13 holy killing orders, that is, the killing order signed and agreed by 13 saints at the same time. Looking at Lee Su's extremely shocked expression, Ning Wuxia was originally a little worried, but now she felt much better for no reason. After all, compared to herself, the other party is undoubtedly much more tragic. After all, she is in the billion Dao realm, and this wanted order can only be said to be worthy of her status. Then she reached out and patted his shoulder, comforting him. Okay, don't worry too much. This killing order is not issued by the saint himself, but only by his race. Therefore, the 13 saint killing order only means that 13 races will come to kill you. And you are Tai, and you are awarded so much. To be honest, as your news spreads, the whole myth world is shocked and calls you the first Tai. Lee Su was numb, and he looked at the other party woodenly. Big sister, you can't comfort people, you can shut up. Chapter 996, The Terrifying Holy Killing Order. 13 tribes. Perhaps, if you change your mind, you will find that at least not all 33 tribes are hunting him down, so it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Lee Su took a deep breath and couldn't help but comfort himself. At least there are still 20 alien tribes, and he will not be completely targeted. In other words, he should find a way to figure out whether the territory he is in now belongs to the superior alien tribe, and then run to the tribe that has not issued a wanted order for him. If he is careful, there should be no big problem. Little guy, you really have to be more careful next time. Just when Lee Su was unwilling to face the fact that he and Ning Wuxia were wanted by the Holy Killing Order together, Ning Wuxia spoke again. Although this behavior may be suspected of being heartbreaking, a warning must be given to prevent the other party from underestimating this so-called Holy Killing Order. This thing is really not a joke. It is the most terrifying hunting order of the 33 alien tribes. Anyone who is involved in this hunting order will end up in a very bad way for 8 out of 10. Senior, what do you mean by this? Lee Su's eyelids couldn't help but jump, and he felt inexplicably uneasy. First of all, the Holy Killing Order represents not only a number, but also a level. Level? Well, it represents not only how many alien races agree to hunt you down, but also the degree of threat the person being hunted down poses to the alien race. The larger the number, the more attention the alien race pays to you, and the greater the intensity of the hunt. For example, if the Holy Killing Order is issued to a single race, once the alien race is sure that it is you, they will directly send a Dalo realm, which is comparable to the Dalo realm of the billion Dao realm, to hunt you down, and this is the lowest standard. In other words, once the alien race is sure that you are here and comes to kill you, it will definitely start with this standard, and no weaklings will come. And if the Holy Killing Order is raised to the level of 5 races, the ones who come will definitely be the billion Dao realm, and the number will not be less than 5. If it is raised to the level of the Holy Killing Order for 10 races, the ones who are dispatched will be the billion Dao realm. Basically, once exposed, not to mention the upper alien races, the lower alien races will basically send out the entire race, mobilize the resources of the race, and hunt you down in an overwhelming manner. The wanted warrants on us are the 13 saint killing orders, which are higher than the 10 clan saint killing orders. Therefore, once our identities are exposed, in addition to the above treatment, we will also be hunted down by alien races across domains. What does alien races across domains mean? Simply put, when we are exposed here, the alien races here can contact another domain and let them gather their forces and station them at the edge of the two domains, and then force us to the junction of the two clans, or another clan will directly cross the border and start strangling. So, the meaning of the Saint killing order is not as simple as the 13 clans wanting us. Even if there is no clan wanting us, they will not leave us alone, unless they have something more important on their hands, so they will not prioritize us. At this point, Ningwuksha paused, obviously intending to give Lee Su time to deal with this news. It must be said that this is a poor kid. The cultivators in the myth world, especially cultivators at Ningwuksha's level, have actually been wanted for a long time. Before, she was already a Saint killing order of the 12 clans, and this incident only raised her level. Lee Su was different. He jumped directly from 0 to 13, and he was at the Tai realm, and he received this thrilling gift package. To be honest, when Ningwuksha heard about it at first, she was a little stunned, wondering if the news was wrong. Otherwise, why do you think the mythology realm defined the wanted Lee Su as the No 1 Tai person? In the mythology realm, there are only a handful of Daluo in the tens of millions of Dao realms who can be nominated for the Saint killing order. For the Tai level, it is already very good to get a bounty order from a foreign race with a billion Dao realms. In fact, even the foreign races were very surprised at first. The Tai realm was the best, and giving a single clan Saint killing order was already a kind of care among the cares. Later, I learned that these 13 Saint killing orders were unusual in themselves, and could be regarded as a kind of hysterical revenge. After all, the greater the number of Saint killing orders, the more resources will be used. Unless the alien race feels a huge threat in a real sense, the difficulty of upgrading will increase. For Ningwuksha, 13 is already a big number, which means that among the 18 lower level alien races, only 5 have not expressed their opinions. Even so, it is dangerous enough. Once exposed, even she will never feel good and her life will be in danger. Lee Su will be wanted, purely because the Saint of the Golden Body alien race is mad. After all, he has emptied out all the accumulation of the Golden Body alien race for hundreds of thousands of years. This is not a trivial matter, it is a big deal. Because this almost means that the Golden Body alien race is out of the game in advance, losing the power to compete in the future and the possibility of changing their own population to the middle level alien race. Whoever changes, I'm afraid they will go crazy and have to do everything to find a way to kill the people related to it. Ningwuksha's Saint killing order cannot be mentioned casually. The emotions of the Saint of the Golden Body alien race need to be soothed, so shout at you. After listening to Ningwuksha's explanation, Lee Su couldn't help but spit out foul language. It was really that his aunt could bear it, but his uncle couldn't bear it. He, Lee Su, was actually used to calm down the anger of others. What Tai is number 1 person? No matter how you look at it, it's the most unlucky person in the world. For a moment, Lee Su shivered with cold air. It was July, but his heart couldn't help but feel desolate. He couldn't help but want to yell, "Is there still a king's law?" Looking at Lee Su's extremely sad and angry expression, Ningwuksha couldn't help but sigh. Although the blow was already fierce enough, she still couldn't stop. She had to continue to make the other party clearly realize the seriousness of the matter. In addition to the above, there is another thing to pay attention to in the Holy Killing Order. And is this going to be endless? Lee Su gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and said directly, "Senior, please tell me." "Okay, come on. I want to see what else is going on with this Holy Killing Order. It has come to this situation, and he doesn't believe it. Can it get worse? The Holy Killing Order will not be cancelled unless someone dies." Lee Su was stunned and a little surprised. Since they were all wanted, it would not be cancelled until they died. What should be noted? Seeing Lee Su's reaction, Ningwuksha immediately understood that the other party did not understand what she meant. This time is permanent. Lee Su was even more confused. Since the Saint had issued the order, what was so strange about it? This was different from the leader of a country. The Saint had much more power than the so-called leader in a clan. I didn't express it clearly. Seeing that Lee Su was getting more and more puzzled, Ningwuksha thought for a while and said, "Let's put it this way. The Holy Killing Order has a list. That list will always be hung above the heads of the 33 alien races. The people on the list will not be removed from the list unless they die. They will always exist and can be seen at all times. Therefore, the wanted level will not only not be reduced, but will continue to increase as time goes by. By continuously increasing the intensity of the wanted order, the people on the list will eventually be completely eliminated. Speaking of this, even Ningwuksha's expression was solemn. This was the most terrifying and troublesome part of the holy killing order. From the initial 3-clan saint killing order to the current 13 clans, the intensity of the hunt has never decreased. The last time was the most dangerous, and she almost fell. If she hadn't been lucky enough to meet Lee Su, who had just come in, and the other party's methods were extraordinary, the outcome could be imagined. Lee Su's eyes shrank slightly, and at this moment he finally reacted to the difference between the saint killing order and the wanted order. The wanted order will subside little by little as time passes. But the saint killing order will not. It will only become stronger and stronger as time passes. Once it is on the list, the pressure is really not a little bit. Wait. Will I see it all the time? Lee Su's face suddenly became ugly, and at this moment he realized another very scary situation. He was wanted as Taie. In a short period of time, it was a chewy thing, and would be talked about with relish, but what if it lasted for a long time? What if he had not died, and was always on the same killing order? What effect would that have? This is the holy killing order made by the 33 alien races. If a mere Taie stays on the list for a long time, with dozens of saint realms and hundreds of Dalo alien races, isn't that shameless? It can be said that the longer his name exists on the list, the more it is a blow to the alien race in a sense. After all, Lee Su and Ningwuksha have different status matches, and he is overall falsely high. Therefore, the longer he is on the list, the greater the blow, and people can't help but think, I can't even deal with a mere Taie, and I still want to make a holy killing order? It's just a big joke. For this reason, the alien race's efforts to hunt him down will only increase, even if the level of the holy killing order does not increase. After all, for large forces, face is often more important than life. After a long time, Lee Su came to a conclusion. His expression was extremely solemn, and he couldn't help but muttered, that is to say, the longer I live, the more the aliens want to kill me. After all, I'm just a Taie. Ningwuksha was stunned. After all, as long as she was on the list, whether it was Dalo or Taie, the treatment would be the same. But the idea was suddenly blocked when it came to her mouth. She was originally very smart. When thinking about problems, she would not only stand in her own position, but also stand in the position of the other party. It's okay if she doesn't think about it, but when she thinks about it, suddenly, she can't help but shudder. It's okay if she doesn't think about it, but it's terrifying if she thinks about it carefully. If Lee Su doesn't die, this joke-like situation will really become the death point of the aliens. For the sake of face, they will probably really kill this little guy at all costs. Because, after Ningwuksha thought about it from another perspective, she found that, if she were in his shoes, she would do the same. And the longer the time, the more this little guy is a thorn in her eyes and a thorn in her flesh, and she has to pull it out. Chapter 997. What are you going to do? The atmosphere was very solemn. The terrible reality made the air here sticky, as if it was a sign of an impending storm, making it hard to breathe. The two people sitting there were silent for a long time. One person grilled the fish, while the other ate it. After a full hour, Lee Su finally sighed. He glanced at Ningwuksha and said, Senior, I'm already under a lot of pressure. Can you please stop being so aggressive? Can't you just eat the fish well? As soon as the words fell, the heavy, suffocating atmosphere around him suddenly dissipated. Ningwuksha smiled dryly. She had lived for almost 200 million days, and she had seen unlucky people before, but it was the first time that she had been so unlucky as Lee Su. When she thought of the treatment that the other party would suffer next, the only thing she could describe was two words. Tragedy. That's right, the whole thing was a complete tragedy. Moreover, the most important thing is that this thing has been closed. Unless the little guy dies, there is no solution at all. Unless the saint personally comes down and takes him away, his situation will only get worse and worse, even worse than hers. She has lived for too long. In the long years, she always finds something interesting to kill time and relax her mind, so drama has become one of her few hobbies. And in order to feel that kind of emotion well, every time she goes to watch it, she will seal her memory and immerse herself in it. Faced with this situation, she suddenly couldn't help but release her momentum, forming an unprecedented solemn atmosphere. Whether it is an ancient injustice or a heroic death, it is undoubtedly very appropriate. Ningwuxia ate a few more bites silently, feeling the taste of the fish on the plate quickly recover to the original situation, and couldn't help but admire in her heart. This is not only the other party's craftsmanship, but more importantly, his state of mind. The holy killing order, even she can feel the pressure, not to mention that the little guy in front of her is just AIE. It's not surprising that he was directly crushed. As a result, the other party not only held on, but also quickly calmed down his state of mind. In terms of this mentality, it must be said that there are really few people she knows who can compare with him. Little guy, you don't seem to care. Lee Su rolled his eyes. At this point, the other party's speed has finally slowed down, not as exaggerated as before, so Lee Su no longer needs to use all his strength to roast the fish. After roasting almost 2 tons and putting it aside, he also took the plate and ate it in small bites. While eating, he said, I care. Why don't I care? But I care to death. Can the holy killing order be lifted? As he said, Lee Su took out a jar, which contained the fine wine he had brewed with great medicine in the past few days. The inspiration came from the jade liquid of the heavenly court, and he figured it out after asking the Tai Taoist of Gimen about the winner making process. His amazing talent made his craftsmanship quite amazing. The only pity was that he didn't have enough time. If it was kept for 100 years, it should be able to compete with the monkey wine of Huaguo Mountain. If there is 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, this wine may become a rare treasure that can directly improve one's realm with just one sip. Looking at Ningwuxia, Lee Su showed a trace of doubt. Ningwuxia put down the plate and took a large bowl. Lee Su directly gave her a full bowl. Holding up the wine bowl, looking at the amber color in the bowl, the continuous brilliance, like a work of art, and the wine with amazing medicinal properties, she couldn't help but admire it. You said that this kid, his strength is amazing, and what he eats and drinks is so scary. As a billion-day realm, she has eaten no less than 30 million meals in her life, and she has tasted all the delicacies in the world. Even the immortal banquets in the ancient heaven have been eaten countless times. If the memory is not sealed, it is difficult for her to have any food to move her tongue. As a result, this little guy in front of her, for more than 10 days, one a day, she didn't notice the taste, and the spirituality of the dishes was extraordinary, and she lingered on them. After taking a sip, and feeling the taste jumping back and forth on the tongue, especially the unique craftsmanship, Ningwuxia couldn't help but sigh, and then said, I really didn't realize that you have such a free and easy personality. Lee Su also took a sip and said lightly, just kidding senior. This is not called free and easy. That kind of state of mind is not there, but it's useless to think too much. In the end, I can only deal with it as it comes. I dare not say anything about other aspects, but in order to survive, I will struggle very hard. Struggle? Ningwuxia paused slightly and couldn't help but take a deep look at Lee Su, and the appreciation and love in her eyes became more and more intense. It's not lying down in despair, nor is it a bold statement in adversity. These two simple words made her feel the power that settled underneath. When is life the most terrible? It's the most terrible when struggling desperately. This point, she has the deepest understanding. Not only has she seen it countless times, but also experienced it countless times herself. How huge the power generated by the crazy struggle of life to survive is. Ningwuxia said softly, then what are you going to do next? Senior, you won't separate from me? According to the original plan, the two should have separated after confirming the situation of their location and the follow-up actions of the golden body alien race. After all, Lee Su was too weak and not suitable to be with Ningwuxia. Ningwuxia didn't say anything, just shook her head. If only she was wanted, or Lee Su was just carrying the golden body alien race's Dalo realm hunting order, it would be best to separate. As long as you don't get too close to the golden body alien race's clan, it shouldn't be a big deal. Ningwuxia, who is in the Ibiodeo realm, is like a giant whale in the ocean, while he is just a cub who was born not long ago. It is easy to be destroyed by the opponent's battle, but now it is different. The 13 saint killing orders represent not only the hunting of the alien race, but also the crazy value. The alien race is not united, and the forces in the myth world are not the same. If the other party is alone, it is inevitable that some people will be blinded by interests and take risks for the bounty on him. Although Lisu herself had some responsibility for the whole thing, she undoubtedly had a greater role. If it weren't for her, the other party would definitely not fall into such a predicament. Not to mention the life-saving grace, just the time spent together. For Ningwuxia, Lisu is enough to be a close friend regardless of age. In terms of emotion and reason, she will not separate from the other party before ensuring the safety of the other party. Even if it is said that as a price, she will be bound by it in the future and will not be able to move freely in this heavenly court to obtain resources for improvement. Of course, this aspect is not a big problem. She still has the core of one of the 36 heavens in her hand, which is undoubtedly a treasure. Before refining it, it is also good to take care of the baby by the way, and send a signal to the outside world by the way. Asu is her man. Before taking action against him, he should weigh it first, and see if he can bear her revenge. After pouring another bowl of wine for the other party and himself, Lisu picked up the wine bowl, and drank it in one gulp. With the huge effect of the medicine, he said with a slightly red face, "I plan to improve my strength as much as possible." Ningwuxia heard this. She took a sip, not surprised, but nodded. This is not wrong. Facing something like the same killing order, saying anything else is nonsense. She can see that the other party was born extraordinary. The saint's action before is a good explanation. Although there are saints in the myth world, saints will not always save people, otherwise there would not be so many geniuses in the myth world. The other party is most likely a genius of a big sect, and is the kind that is placed with deep expectations. Obviously, seeking the protection of a saint is the best way to deal with the saint killing order. Although the method is good, this choice itself also means that you can only live under the protection of others. Although it will not lead to stagnation in the realm, it will become very difficult to improve it later, especially when Tai enters the stage of Daluo. The requirements for the state of mind are very high. Once the Tao heart is damaged, and the thoughts are not clear, it is no different from the Arabian Nights to want to become Daluo. Although Lisu is under great pressure now, and the saint killing order is so heavy that it almost suffocates people, the more such adversity is, the more it can stimulate personal potential. This has a very good effect on accelerating his transformation and laying the foundation for Daluo. The saint killing order is a big crisis, but if you can change your mind, isn't it a great opportunity? Specifically, Ningwuxia looked at Lisu and continued to ask, "Improve your strength, but how to improve it? Cultivation is not about talking and laughing, and it is not about sitting there, and your realm can be improved." Lisu smiled faintly and said, "First practice, then kill people, and then realize the truth." Senior, hasn't it been like this since ancient times, when Tai entered Daluo? Ningwuxia paused for a moment, and then a smile appeared on her pretty face. The smile became bigger and bigger, and she couldn't help laughing out loud, and her delicate body couldn't stop shaking. Practice, kill people, and realize the truth? Now that the same killing order is coming? Haha, little guy, you really have never let me down once. It's all clear. After that, Ningwuxia drank a big gulp, and drank up the wine in the bowl directly. Putting down the wine bowl, she looked at Lisu seriously. After a long while, she slowly said, "In that case, young man, I do know a good place, but I don't know if you dare to go." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 998, The City of the Earth Tribe. Senior, do you know where we are now? Lisu said with a dark face and sweat on his forehead. I know. Ningwuxia nodded calmly. Since you know, why are we here? Lisu's eyelids couldn't help but beat wildly, and his heart twitched. Of course it's because this is the best place. Ning Wuxia smiled and said softly, if you want to improve your strength, is there a more perfect place than here? I can say with certainty that there is no such place. His face couldn't help but change again and again. Li Su couldn't help but grind his teeth and wanted to refute the other party loudly, but looking at the situation around him, he had to admit that this is really a good place. How can it be bad? 33 alien races, 5 upper ones, the territory of the Earth Clan. The 33 alien races that appeared with the Heavenly Court are divided into upper, middle and lower levels. Upper, 5 tribes. Middle 10 tribes. Lower, 18 tribes. The lower races, how to say it, although the population is not small and there are many strong people, but that's the case, mainly because they are not very special. For example, the golden body aliens that Li Su and his friends had encountered before. Although Li Su himself had never personally faced them, the biggest feature of this race was that their flesh was very strong, and they were the body of a heavenly body. The stronger their strength, the stronger their flesh. Unfortunately, their strength was average, equivalent to the middle grade to upper grade immortal methods. When they encountered cultivators who mastered super grade or higher grade techniques, their flesh advantage was basically gone. This was how Ning Wuxia was able to suppress the other 3 billion Dao realms by herself. Her thunder method was at the super grade level, and it was still being improved. It was extremely powerful and indestructible. It could be said that it was a natural nemesis for the golden body aliens. Basically, the 18 lower level aliens were in a similar situation. Although they had strange talents, they could not stand at the top of this world. Of course, even so, the aliens were very scary. After all, the geniuses were only a minority. The talents of most cultivators in the myth world could only be said to be average, and the immortal methods they mastered were just so-so, middle grade and upper grade, basically hovering at this level. As for the best, it is too difficult, and the talent required is too high. Only a few can successfully cultivate. In the top sects of the myth world, there are many people who master the best skills, but in terms of data, the gap is large compared to the aliens. After all, the GGO and the Heavenly Court, which have the largest number of people, only have tens of thousands of people in total. What about the aliens? The lowest population base is in the millions, and everyone is like this. Even if it is a lower level alien, once entangled, even a genius who masters the best Taoism, there is only one result. Then there is the middle level, which is quite terrifying. The aliens at this level are born with terrible power, especially the top 3 groups. For example, the third 5-element tribe. This tribe is born with a very high affinity for the 5-element of Taoism, and can be regarded as the sons of the 5-element. They are born with the innate 5-element of Taoism, and can be regarded as innate creatures. Not only that, as this clan's practice deepens, if they are gifted enough, they can even comprehend the power of the beginning, and evolve the 5-element of the beginning, such as the gold of the beginning, the wood of the beginning, etc., which are extremely powerful. Then there is the first-ranked light clan. Needless to say, the power of this clan comes from light, which is very amazing. The speed, strength, and defense are extremely terrifying. It can be said that they are born sacred. Moreover, the magical powers of this clan will also evolve and change. After reaching a certain realm, they can disintegrate all the magic. The Taoism below the best grade cannot cause any harm to them at all, and the power above the best grade will be greatly reduced. Finally, there are the upper alien races. Only the 5 clans are undoubtedly truly terrifying. They are undoubtedly above the top of the 33 alien races, and can be regarded as natural kings. These 5 clans have much fewer people, and on average, each clan does not exceed 10,000 people. But in terms of strength, not to mention the Saint Realm and the Extreme Daluo, any of the 5 clans at the same realm can single out all the alien races. In order, they are the God Clan, the Heaven Clan, the Earth Clan, the Simulacrum Clan, and the Causal Clan. Among the 5 tribes, the Causal tribe is the most mysterious. No one has seen it in the mythology world so far. Not to mention the mythology world, even the 33 alien tribes have seen it. Very few people. Their abilities and tribe numbers are extremely mysterious. Apart from this most special tribe, the remaining 4 tribes are undoubtedly extremely powerful. The god tribe is the natural master of space and the king of the domain. Once the space is opened, it is the god of this. Even the Dalo realm cannot be immune to this, and its strength will be greatly suppressed. The celestial tribe is the master of Taoism. When it comes to the power of Taoism, their power will be multiplied. Even if they rub a small fireball with their hands, it will produce the lethality of an explosive fireball. On the contrary, the Taoism magic power based on Taoism will be multiplied to reduce their lethality. In the way of Taoism, this tribe is almost invincible. Then there is the simulacrum tribe. This tribe is very special, very special. To describe it, it is that, if you have used a trick once, don't use it a second time in front of them, otherwise you will collapse. They can learn all the Taoist magic in an instant. They don't need the operation method or the core. As long as they see it, they can mimic it, and show the same method. And the power, intensity and detail control are far beyond the user. For the monks, it is a blow to learn the tricks that they have worked hard for thousands of years, but the opponent learns it in an instant and becomes stronger than you. Finally, the Earth Clan. How to describe this clan? The characteristics are infinite strength, divine power, and indestructible diamond. This clan has great power in every move. Their bodies are unparalleled in the world. Even immortal weapons and magic weapons can hardly hurt them. Of course, these are not the point. The point is that, as long as this clan steps on the ground, they are almost undefeated. With boundless mana and unlimited recovery ability, as long as their feet are on the ground, no matter what tricks they use, the effect will be greatly reduced. Even the art of suppression will hardly work. This tribe is a bit like the witches of ancient times. Not only that, they are also extremely warlike. They are fearless. Under normal circumstances, the other three tribes are reluctant to face this tribe, which will be very troublesome. But now, Lisu and Ningwuxia are just on the territory of this tribe. No, it should not be said that they are on their territory, but in their territory. Here is an extremely huge fairy island tree. How big is it? The diameter is more than 100 million, which is hundreds of thousands of times the size of the island, where Lisu and his friend's Kunpeng flying palace were located before. The mountain range stretches directly to the end of the world, and the tree canopy formed is like a huge sea of green leaves, almost infinite. Of course, none of this matters. What is really amazing is that above this fairy island tree mountain range, there are 4 extremely huge continents. They have a very strange shape, one semicircle after another. That is not a weird look. In fact, it is 2 huge stars that were cut in half and placed on this huge fairy island tree. Moreover, the star has not died or exploded. Its core still exists, and it has gathered amazing energy and is still running normally. As the core of the star runs, amazing power continues to overflow from it, surrounding the 4 continents. One is hot, one is cold, one is full of vitality, and one is full of murderous intent. 4 worlds, 4 dangerous GD. That is the place where the Earth Clan practices, surrounded by a large formation. Once you enter it, all your magic power cannot be used, and you can only rely on your physical body to survive. In the terrible GD, not only is the environment harsh, but there are also terrifying creatures. The Earth Clan often captures strong lives and throws them into it. That is the trial place of the Earth Clan. Only if the people of the Earth Clan survive there can they be considered adults and be blessed. Lisu and his friends are not in the trial place at the moment. They are in the center of the 4 continents, in the main city of the Earth Clan. Although it is called a city, it is actually no different from a continent, but it is much smaller than the trial place. The total population inside is about 200 to 300 million. These people are not from the Earth Clan, but from other alien races. As for the purpose of this trip, it is to participate in the Earth ranking competition organized by the Earth Clan, and this is also the reason why Ningwuxia brought Lisu here from afar. For this reason, Ningwuxia said something before deciding to bring Lisu here. Our luck is really good. After all, among the 5 upper races, the Earth Clan is the only one with the least restrictions in terms of personnel control, and it is also the race with the most complex population. At the same time, the Earth Clan is also the most warlike race among the 5 major races. No, it should be said that looking at the entire alien race, the Earth Clan is one of the best. For example, this Earth ranking competition is just one of the battles held by the Earth clan. The reason why it is more famous and can attract so many people to participate is mainly because if you can be ranked first on the Earth ranking, you can make a request to the Earth clan. For example, become a lower race among the 33 alien races. For the mythological world, it may not be a big deal, but for the alien races themselves, this condition itself is enough to make people crazy and challenge it regardless of everything. The degree of bloodshed can be said to be extremely bloody. You know, the battles of the Earth clan are all very bloody, because for the Earth clan, blood is a symbol of life, and the splashing blood symbolizes the blooming of life. So for the people of the Earth clan, there is no such thing as sparring in battle. Even so, this battle for the Earth ranking can definitely be ranked in the top 3 in terms of bloodiness. After a battle, there are almost no losers. As for the reason, that is, all the losers are dead. Therefore, when it comes to cultivation, killing, and enlightenment, there is no need for a more perfect place here. It's really great. It perfectly meets all of Visu's requirements, and because they are all alien races, he doesn't need to show mercy, just do it. The only bad thing is probably the confidentiality of identity. Once exposed, it's a complete mess. Chapter 999 Infiltration Identity. Here, some people may have some questions. Why is there a promise of becoming a lower level alien race in the battle for the Earth ranking? Aren't there only 33 alien races? The answer is, of course not. First of all, there are naturally more than 33 alien races. The number of alien races is actually much larger, but most of them are not large and have a small population. Secondly, it is the Saint. The Holy Realm is completely different from the Dalo realm. This is not a realm that can be built up simply by the power of a clan. In fact, the reason why most saints become saints is almost entirely due to their own talents and opportunities. Not to mention the help of the clan behind them. Whether the clan was there when he became a saint is also a matter of fact. This is not something that can appear in a few hundred or thousands of years. This is a unit of 10,000 years, and it is only possible to succeed with great luck. It is difficult for a clan to persist in terms of lifespan alone. This is not a few generations or dozens of generations, but hundreds or thousands of generations. It is not surprising that anything happens in such a long time. Not only that, the opportunity to become a saint is rare, and once it appears, it will inevitably be scrambled for. There are not many saints, but there are many Dalo. Once the opportunity to become a saint is discovered, fighting is inevitable. Why are the people of different races not united? It is not only a matter of interests, but also involves private grudges. The opportunity to become a saint is much more serious than killing one's parents. If someone grabs it, it means that someone else doesn't. Those who grab it are naturally very happy, but what about those who don't grab it? How to vent that pain and hatred? Therefore, for most saints, the moment they become saints is also the moment they become lonely, and their racial forces will inevitably be madly retaliated before they become saints. Here, some people may be surprised. Since the snatch failed, why would the snatcher take revenge on a person who is destined to become a saint? Isn't this courting death? First of all, we must understand that the opportunity to become a saint is not always available. It is 1 in 10,000. When the total number of Dalo realms is less than 10,000, and the highest Dalo realm has not even broken through 100, what is the concept of 1 in 10,000? And with every additional saint realm, the chance of becoming a saint in this world will be lower. Because the number of saints is limited, the world cannot carry so many saint realms. For the Dalo realm, becoming a saint can be said to be the ultimate pursuit of its cultivation path. It can be said that it is the dream and goal that is put on top of everything. There is a saying that, if you don't succeed, you will die. In this case, once you fail, it almost means that you will have no chance to become a saint. Faced with this result, the extreme Dalo who failed simply cannot calm down and accept it. His heart will be completely unbalanced, and it is not surprising that he will go crazy on the spot. Therefore, among these 33 alien races, there are many saints of different races who are not actually from the same race, but are attached to the past. Therefore, in the battle for the Earth list, such a promise will be made. As long as you can get the first place in the Earth list, you can make such a request to the Earth clan. Of course, this is extremely difficult. At least among the tens of thousands of Earth list battles, only 1 or 2 have successfully obtained this promise. After all, there are many alien races who just want to become famous, not to mention that there are many alien races. How can a race that has become one of the lower alien races watch you succeed? There are many alien races, but there are only 33 that can be named. Let's not talk about the upper and middle positions. Once there is one more in the lower position, it means there will be one less. You can imagine how crazy those lower races with unstable status will be to prevent the emergence of new alien races in order to keep this position. Looking at the extremely warm atmosphere in the city of the Earth clan, Lee Su's eyes flickered slightly. When he came here, Ning Wuxia pulled him to tell him a lot of information about the alien races. After all, the two of them will live in this alien land for a long time in the future. They can't be exposed because of unfamiliarity with the information. After all, it's already a tightrope walk here, and it won't work without sufficient preparation. Of course, what makes Lee Su feel more at ease is that although Ning Wuxia focused on introducing him to the battle for the Earth ranking, he didn't mean to let him participate. After all, they can fake their physical identity, but they can't fake their ethnicity. Not to mention that those who can come to participate are all very powerful, and they also have some special killers. Not to mention the battle for the Earth ranking, in a sense, it can be said to be a battle between tribes. There is more than one contestant, but they are subordinate. Once an overly powerful existence appears, the other tribe will most likely come up with some tricks to kill each other and force a 1-for-1 exchange. Lee Su is not afraid of this method. Even if there are 100 TIE surface layer, they can't replace him. What he is afraid of is this method. Once it is used, just exposing strength is not a big deal, but exposing identity is fatal. Asterisk 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 let's go. On the side, Ning Wuxia patted Lee Su's shoulder and said with a smile, there are a lot of things to do next. The devilish charm has been restrained by the other party in a special way, and the aura has also changed greatly. She has long ears, and her pupils have turned into emerald color. She has some features similar to the Western elves. She is dressed quite revealingly, with only a little hanging on her chest and waist, and it is not cloth, but metal, and it extends from her body. She transformed into a race called Golden Spirit, which is a lower branch of the 5 element. Their abilities are related to metals. They can directly absorb metal lightning substances, and have an affinity different from others. Although they are not as good as the gold element aliens in the 5 element aliens in terms of gold related Taoist magic, they are also very extraordinary. This race has a great characteristic, which is that they have an extraordinary love for metals. The higher the level and the rarer the metal, the more they pursue the goal. And the more special metals they have, the faster their strength will increase, and the stronger they will be. But it is obvious that the higher the level and the rarer the metal, the more amazing the value. After all, high-level minerals are materials for refining artifacts and immortal artifacts. In the cultivation world, they are strategic materials with low circulation and a small circle. Although the Golden Spirit clan loves metals, they have no talent in refining. Although they are a lower race, the metals in their hands are undoubtedly very scarce. After all, the people of the clan have a great desire for metals, and they will immediately put them into their own pockets, if they have any, instead of sharing them with others. In addition, without the talent for refining, it is naturally difficult for them to enter the circle of refiners. In fact, the group of refiners from other races are quite resistant to the Jinling clan, and don't like them. After all, the Jinling clan likes metals, not well-made magic weapons. In their hands, top-level magic weapons and immortal weapons are more useful when they are decomposed into separate metals. The characteristics of the metals themselves can provide them with huge increases. In a sense, their existence is to deny the refiners themselves, indicating that it would be strange if the relationship between the two sides can be good. In order to be able to exchange for rare metals, the Jinling clan has to find a way to exchange with valuable things. Therefore, there are many merchants in this clan who will look for treasures that are not related to minerals, and then find people to exchange for the metals they want. Among them, the treasure that the Jinling clan collects the most is undoubtedly people themselves. The increase in value is large and the difficulty of obtaining is low. It can be said that the cost effectiveness is extremely high and the investment in capital does not need to be too much. After a certain amount of training, you can let the other party earn by themselves. Therefore, some alien races with small populations and special abilities are often targeted by the golden spirits, who take advantage of their strong ones' unpreparedness to take them away. That's right. Ning Wuxia, this bastard woman, has become a slave trader. Li Su is a cheap baby she abducted and sold, and the reason why she came to the City of the Earth clan is to train her for free. In addition to the battle for the Earth ranking, there are many battles with rewards in the City of the Earth clan. If a baby like Li Su has good talent, he can be directly trained up by relying on the rewards of various competitions without spending any money. This is one of the quite routine operations of the Golden Spirit clan. For example, now, a male golden spirit is walking towards us not far away. He is holding more than a dozen babies and greets Ning Wuxia cheerfully. I haven't seen you for a long time recently. I almost thought you were dead. What a pity. Ning Wuxia grinned. Yes, she was indeed dead. She was beaten to death by herself. She thought about it, but she retorted, hey, I won't die even if you die. The Jinling clan is not united and friendly with each other. Everyone likes metal and has a strong desire for exclusivity. It's a pity that they can have a good relationship. Not only that, according to the customs of the Jinling clan, each Jinling needs to store a certain amount of special metal in the clan. Once it is determined that he is dead, the metal will be divided by others. This is a hard rule, and one of the strange incomes of the Jinling clan. Why is there only one treasure? It seems that your harvest will not be too big this time. The man didn't care. He looked at Li Su, who was wearing the iconic collar of the Jinling clan on his neck, with some contempt. The Jinling clan is normal, except when they are in heat and their minds are not clear. The difference between men and women is completely unattractive compared to metal. Ning Wuxia grinned, stretched out his hand, and scratched Li Su's arm. You dull eyes, why do you think I disappeared for so long? This is a big treasure that I have been planning for a long time and finally got. The man looked at Li Su suspiciously. Although he was a little skeptical, he was curious when he thought of the other party's situation. Which tribe is this treasure from? Secret. TSK, why are you pretending to be mysterious? Seeing the two of them talking about treasure all the time and discussing it enthusiastically, Li Su's face twitched at first, and then gradually his face became darker and darker. Damn. Even if it was pretending, this taste, his grandma, was still unpleasant. Chapter 1000 Extreme. The alien race is different from the cultivators. I think you should have felt it all along the way. Ning Wuxia leaned against the window, his leaning body showing off his beauty. The transformed Jinling, whether in face or figure, was undoubtedly very sexy, especially the Jinling alien race, who were extremely respectful of nature by nature, and liked to be frank. The clothes on their bodies were as thin as possible and as many as possible. It can be said that with this scene, any man would have to eat at least 3 bowls of rice. Always keeping a distance of more than 3 meters from the other party, Li Su was a little speechless at the moment. It was not that he disagreed with the other party's words, but it was really hard to describe this place. One room was a little better than the firewood room, but because it was not far away, it was the animal shed where the nobles placed their mounts. The room was filled with a very noisy smell, which really made people lose their appetite. Li Su's expression was very strange. Although he said that he acted in a full set, was it necessary to do it to this extent? Even though Jinling is notoriously stingy, once gender is attached to anything, it is different. Even a male Jinling would not live in such a filthy place. The poop of immortal beasts is not comparable to that of ordinary wild beasts. They are fed with strong crops, and some are even fed with various poisonous grasses, snakes, and insects. They have no choice but to eat that. Although most of it will be digested, some will still remain, so you can imagine what it is like next to the animal shed. Those with weaker strength will be poisoned to death on the spot. Facing Li Su's gaze, Ning Wuxia remained calm and ignored the surrounding environment. She was not a hypocritical person. The main reason for her choice was that she was really poor. She had too little currency of the alien race. The Jinling she killed had almost no money left on him. As for the other alien races, it was a joke. What level of person was she? How could she go back to touch other people's corpses for money? Except for those that caught her eye, mosquito meat and the like, she had long since disdained them. I was careless. I didn't expect that the consumption level in the city of the Earth Clan would be so high. In addition to the free place where they are staying now, the Worstin actually requires a large mazo a day. Mazo, that is the currency of the alien race. It is condensed by the alien race with magic power and can be directly absorbed. It is similar to spiritual stones, but it contains the power of the alien race, which is different from spiritual energy. Mazo is a currency. There are 3 types of mazo: large mazo and extra large mazo. The ratio is 100 to 1. Ningwuksha now has only 76 mazo in his hand, which is a full 24 mazo short of the large mazo required for accommodation. So the dog place that I don't want to take at this moment must persist until Lee Su starts the challenge and wins a certain number of victories before that condition can be met. Therefore, Ningwuksha continued, we have registered your information here, and you can start to play tomorrow. We are participating in the summit competition. Although the bloodiness is far less than the Battle of the Earth ranking, it is a competition of the Earth Clan after all, so the degree will not be too low. Basically, they will not stop until the person is seriously injured and unconscious. It is not surprising to be beaten to death, so you should be careful and don't expose yourself because of carelessness. Not knowing what Ningwuksha was thinking, Lee Su was quickly diverted by him. Senior, I don't understand. What is the meaning of such a battle? Although he talked about cultivation, killing, and enlightenment, there are also standards. It is best to be a Daluo at the level of 10 million Dao realm, rather than participating in such a ridiculous conference. Even if it is a battle of the Earth ranking, what's wrong? Tai realm, even if Lee Su does not use the Supreme Saint, it is not challenging at this point. One on many is okay, one-on-one battle is meaningless, and can't give him stimulation. Instead of fighting this kind of battle, it is easier to practice. He didn't refuse at first, because he thought he had a good opponent. But when I really signed up, I found that almost all the participants were at the Tai level. Although there were some geniuses, they were still too far away from Lee Su. Even the strongest alien race was only about the strength of the 13 Fire Tai. Not to mention the magical powers of Taoism, the opponent might not be able to withstand the fists gathered by pure magic power. This kind of battle was too far from what Lee Su had imagined. Ningwuksha smiled slightly. She naturally knew what Lee Su was thinking. Once upon a time, she was also a genius with amazing talent. The Tai level was almost rampant. During that period of time, she felt that the cultivators of the same level were not worthy of being her opponents. Only the Daluo realm could give her enough stimulation to improve her. For a long time, she was like this. At one point, she almost chose to find a place to prepare for a breakthrough and did not plan to stay in Tai for a long time. However, by chance, she met a person. With the guidance of that person, she deeply realized how immature her ideas were. Looking back, that period of time was really a lot of sins. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but grind her teeth at the person who instructed her. It was also because she had a good personality and a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. She was really embarrassed to repay kindness with hatred. Otherwise, she could have blocked the door and beaten the other party 8 times. What's the point? Ningwuksha said lightly. Well, you are already Tai. It can be seen that the level of your cultivation method is very high. You don't have to worry about how to go in the main way. Under normal circumstances, it is better to follow the steps than anything else. As long as it continues, when the main way reaches a certain level, you can naturally feel the realm of Daluo. Lee Su was stunned. He didn't say anything, because the other party was right. He could indeed feel that as the main way became more and more cultivated, a door had already stood in front of him. At this moment, he couldn't push it, but there was no need to worry. Just wait patiently. When the number of main ways is sufficient and the power to break the door is accumulated, he only needs to push it gently to break through the door and enter another level. In fact, at your level, even fellow disciples can hardly intervene directly. Unless they are much higher in realm than you and practice the same Dao as you, they can guide you in your practice. Even then, they can't get too involved. After all, even if they have the same Deo and magical powers, the gap between them will only get bigger as time goes by, not closer. Ning Wuxia said. Li Su frowned slightly. Since the main Deo couldn't intervene, why did he let him participate in this kind of battle? Ning Wuxia smiled and said, I have to say that this world is not fair. It is very difficult for most people to break the Tai mirror. It is extremely difficult as entering the sky. As long as there is a chance, I'm afraid they will not hesitate. But there is such a kind of person in this world. For him, Daluo is not difficult at all, just like eating and drinking water. Just the grand foundation laid by himself, and the various opportunities for enlightenment along the way, have formed a pair of pushers, pushing him to the door. It can be said that he only needs some strength to break the mirror at any time. I don't know what to say. At this point, Ning Wuxia paused slightly, pointed at himself, and then pointed at Li Su. I'm like this, and you are too. No, no, no. You are like this, but I'm not. Li Su couldn't help rolling her eyes, always feeling that the other party was purely praising herself. After all, although Li Su had an easy time along the way, it was because he cheated. The single round talent was obviously different from the other party. Ning Wuxia ignored Li Su's reaction. She took a breath and said softly, others have no choice but to fight hard to move forward, but we are different. Therefore, the Daluo realm here has different levels. To put it simply, it is the extreme realm. Li Su was slightly startled. Her pupils could not help but shrink slightly, and she could not help but speak in a low voice. Extreme realm. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.